Chapter 261, Recovering from Nirvana, Part 2, King Heaven was very arrogant. Facing by Tiandi, who had already transcended 6 lightning tribulations, he still said that he would take him in as his godson. This was a form of humiliation. King Heaven was humiliating by Tiandi. His arrogant attitude, powerful aura, and cold eyes all carried powerful pressure. Boom! In the ancient city, a huge iron rod rose up and erupted with a powerful golden light. It bloomed with auspicious colors, enveloping the entire sky as if it had melted into the void and didn't belong to this world. Its might was extremely terrifying. This was by Tiandi's response. Take him as a godson? Then, let's see who was the stronger one. You overestimated yourself. The god-killing rod has been in my hands for tens of thousands of years. I understand it better than you. It's impossible for you to use it to close the huge gap between us. King Heaven was disdainful. He raised his hand and struck. The void trembled and a huge roar sounded. This was a dragon's roar that shook the 9 heavens. Under King Heaven's palm, a huge black seal rose up. Dragon patterns drooped down and flickered with a dazzling light as if a black true dragon had been resurrected. Primordial Divine Seal. This was King Heaven's attack. It struck the god-killing rod, and the huge force caused it to tremble. Clang! The god-killing rod let out a deafening sound that reverberated in the surroundings. The huge force caused the surrounding space to crack. Then, large patches of space collapsed, revealing a space of chaos. King Heaven stood in the midst of the chaos. His aura was peerless, and his eyes burst out with a huge light. He stretched out his hand and ignored by Tiandi, directly grabbing onto the god-killing rod. The god-killing rod is mine. You were lucky enough to obtain it, yet you actually dare to try and become its master. Do you think you are worthy? Now, I shall take back the god-killing rod and wipe out your divine soul that's within it. You, a weakling who only crossed 6 lightning tribulations and is at the breathing of immortal energy stage, are also worthy of behaving atrociously in front of me? King Heaven was incomparably domineering. He didn't place by Tiandi in his eyes at all. The power in his hand swept through everything, and it was extremely terrifying. It suppressed down and instantly grabbed onto the god-killing rod. Boom! The world trembled. Void energy exploded and rolled. It swept across the sky and earth, instantly destroying the ancient city and turning it into dust. Among them, Bai Tiandi's clothes fluttered in the wind. His expression was solemn. He knew that there was a gap between him and King Heaven, but he didn't expect the gap to be so huge. It was so huge that he felt a little despair. But Princess Yulin is waiting for me, and Mr. Lin is also looking forward to my performance. I'm a genius, a supreme genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. How can I be humiliated like this by you? Bai Tiandi roared. He clenched his fists tightly, and the aura around him rose. He opened his mouth to breathe an immortal energy that flowed all over his body. I am the future celestial emperor, I am supreme. Since the god-killing rod is mine now, then you won't be able to take it away. Bai Tiandi roared angrily. He withstood the huge pressure from King Heaven, and the aura around him burned fiercely, blazing incomparably. He stepped on the chaos and walked into the void. His hands moved simply, bursting out runes one after another that seeped into the god-killing rod, causing the latter to let out a sonorous sound. This was the rumbling of the great Tao. This was also the communication between Bai Tiandi and the god-killing rod in the past 7 years. A communication that treated the god-killing rod fairly and justly, like a friend. They were very compatible. Boom! The god-killing rod that was about to be suppressed and captured by King Heaven let out a loud sound at this moment and erupted with a terrifying aura. King Heaven's palm was forced open. The powerful force made his wrist tremble. He looked at it in surprise, puzzled. This is the self-awakening of the god-killing rod? King Heaven's eye sockets were very deep. His eyes were sunken in, and at this moment, they burst out with a terrifying light. Impossible. I've controlled this god-killing rod for 10,000 years, but it has never awakened on its own. You only possessed it for a few years, how can you cause it to awaken on its own? King Heaven said angrily. He couldn't accept the reality before his eyes. That's because you never recognized the God-killing rod as an independent entity. You only treated it as a weapon. You killed the enemy with it and used it to make attacks, but you didn't ask about its feelings. Supported by the God-killing rod, Bai Tiandi arrived in front of King Heaven and sneered. Immortal artifacts are just immortal artifacts. Independent entity? What nonsense! Immortal artifacts have to rely on their owners. No immortal artifact can attack on its own. They all carry the will of the owner. King Heaven disdained Bai Tiandi's words. He raised his hand and struck. The hot stream of true qi brought with it a dense black fog that spread in the surroundings. It was as if countless years had passed in a flash, causing the God-killing rod to tremble from the pressure and almost fall into the abyss of chaos. This was the terrifying aspect of King Heaven. Even though the God-killing rod had awakened a little on its own, King Heaven could still suppress it. His incomparably terrifying strength far exceeded Bai Tiandi's. The two of them were on completely different levels. Rumble. A terrifying might came crashing down, bringing with it a terrifying aura. It made Bai Tiandi grit his teeth and resist with difficulty. The God-killing rod was also bent from the pressure. It helped Bai Tiandi relieve most of the pressure. Look at yourself in such a sorry state. Do you think you are worthy of possessing the God-killing rod? The God-killing rod is mine. Even if you obtain it, you will only be making a fool of yourself by trying to use it like me. The gap between us is like the gap between heaven and earth. Don't think that just because you've transcended 6 lightning tribulations and can breathe immortal energy, you can become my enemy. You're still too inexperienced. Even between false immortals, there's still a disparity. King Heaven said coldly as if he was talking about a small matter. In front of him, Bai Tiandi was so fragile. This scene stunned many people. Even a false immortal at the breathing of immortal energy stage who also possessed an immortal artifact couldn't pose a threat to King Heaven. Wasn't this too terrifying? In the forbidden city of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, in the imperial capital, Princess Yulin covered her mouth. She couldn't bear to see Bai Tiandi resist with such difficulty. Emperor De watched solemnly. Bai Tiandi was already very powerful, but King Heaven was even more powerful. He was terrifying. The people of the myriad races watched proudly. As expected, this world was still too delicate. The old powerhouses of the myriad races were still the most powerful. As soon as they appeared, they brought with them such a powerful impact. Including Big Sister Divine Silkworm, everyone thought that King Heaven would definitely win. Because Bai Tiandi had already been pushed to the bottom of the valley. He was in grave danger. The people of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty were all worried for him. Princess Yulin even raised her sword, wanting to save Bai Tiandi. At this moment, Bai Tiandi, who had his back bent from the pressure, reached out and grabbed the God-killing rod. The God-killing rod that was similarly bent from the pressure burst out with radiant light. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar sounded. Bai Tiandi roared into the sky. All the energy in his body was infused into the God-killing rod. Rumble! A terrifying energy fluctuation came from the God-killing rod, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble and the sun and moon to dim. Boom! In the very next moment, a violent wave of energy exploded and swept across the entire land. This was a kind of great Tao fusion technique. Bai Tiandi temporarily integrated everything about himself into the God-killing rod. He gave up on controlling the God-killing rod himself and handed everything to it. Even though he couldn't activate too much of the item spirit of this immortal artifact, he still trusted it. Boom! 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 The void trembled. Bai Tiandi's body weakly fell to the ground. But at this moment, King Heaven couldn't care about him anymore. His eyes were fixed on the God-killing rod. There's actually such a thing? King Heaven watched in disbelief, but then he laughed excitedly. The God-killing rod that had absorbed all of Bai Tiandi's energy actually executed an aspect body-type ancient technique at this moment. This immortal artifact that was already very huge was constantly expanding at this moment. Its top reached the 9 heavens and its bottom suppressed the 9 netherworlds. Its entire body erupted with boundless divine light. This divine light had a part of Bai Tiandi in it. At this moment, the god-killing rod's body was so tall that it reached the clouds. More and more of it had awakened. It revealed its own immortal spirit. It was just like how it was the moment when it was created. It became an immortal artifact after the immortal spirit was injected into it. The current god-killing rod was just like back then. Its power didn't decrease at all. It looked down on the world, its majesty terrifying the world. Immortal artifacts also had spirits. Immortal artifacts could also become independent entities. King Heaven, I'm here to kill you. The god-killing rod actually spoke. It rumbled. Then, it swept towards King Heaven. Chapter 262, Recovering from Nirvana, Part 3. After the god-killing rod absorbed all of Bai Tiandi's energy, the immortal spirit in its body actually awakened and reached a terrifying level. The immortal spirit awakened and spoke, shocking the people of the world. This immortal artifact was actually an independent entity. Especially King Heaven. He said that it was incredible, but his huge hand shrouded the sky and covered downwards. He wanted to catch this god-killing rod and study it properly. Since ancient times, immortal artifacts have never had their own independent thoughts. Instead, they borrowed the power of their owners to possess a portion of their own intelligence. Now, you have actually developed your own intelligence. Unbelievable! King Heaven said excitedly. I've held you for over 10,000 years, but I didn't discover anything at all. This human has only held you for a few short years, but you actually awakened in this world for him. You betrayed me. King Heaven was very angry. The difference in how the god-killing rod performed when used by him and by Tiandi was too big, he couldn't accept it at all. Boom! 9 drawings of ancient ferocious beasts appeared under King Heaven's huge hand. True dragon, black tortoise, immortal bird, immortal phoenix, divine unicorn. Under King Heaven's palm, these ancient ferocious beasts used true chi as the foundation to transform into various forms. Each form was a great Dao rune that transformed into a supreme power that shook the void and then blasted towards the god-killing rod. Boom! 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 This attack was too powerful and incomparable. King Heaven displayed his might fearlessly with peerless immortal energy. But the god-killing rod wasn't to be trifled with. After it awakened, it controlled its own body and struck the air. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Although this immortal artifact didn't become fully activated yet, a portion of the immortal spirit had awakened. It still contained a terrifying power. At this moment, it forcefully resisted the ancient ferocious beast phantoms summoned by King Heaven. Boom! The god-killing rod struck the true dragon's back, causing it to tremble. With a mournful cry, it directly exploded, and the storm of chaos continued to expand. It then struck the black tortoise's shell, directly blowing it up. The god-killing rod was too powerful. All those scratched or touched by it would be destroyed without exception. Lastly, it actually brought with it a power that could shake the sky as it attacked King Heaven. This scene was extremely terrifying. The huge King Heaven stood in the midst of the chaos. The wings on his back spread out, making him look very powerful. But now, the god-killing rod that was even larger than him directly smashed down. This scene was difficult to forget. It caused all the powerhouses to be stunned and also shocked the world. Among the myriad races and the top races, everyone was discussing this shocking scene. In the Valley of Gods, a few old people watched this scene with faint eyes. Their bodies were all shackled, unable to move or break free. They had only woken up recently, but they discovered that they were still not welcomed in this world. They were locked up by the chains of order. King Heaven is too unyielding. He recovered so early and even forcefully resisted the chains of order, forcefully coming into being early. After so many years, he hasn't changed at all. Back then, King Heaven's character was already like this, too self-centered. He didn't listen to any objections at all. He resolved everything with killing. This kind of emotion has persisted until now. Today, the human race is going to suffer. The immortal artifact has actually awakened and given birth to its own immortal spirit. This is something that has never happened before in history. This immortal spirit has just been born not long ago. Even if it has awakened, it won't be able to defeat King Heaven at his peak. Indeed. I feel that not even a tenth of the might of the God-killing rod was used. The foundation of the immortal artifact, the immortal energy, hasn't been used at all. It should not be a problem for King Heaven. After King Heaven destroys the human race and makes the world chaotic, that will be the time for us to come into being. Let's wait a little longer. It won't be long now. The few old people in the Valley of Gods discussed in a low voice. Then, they fell silent and watched silently. In the ancient Kunlun Mountains, Big Sister Divine Silkworm brought Huang Xian'er to a demonic den and saw a few terrifying creatures trapped by the chains of order. These were the true dragons and the ancestors of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The chains of order trapped them. Even though they had woken up, they were unable to leave. King Heaven's unyielding actions this time gave these people hope. Miss Divine Silkworm, this time, after King Heaven disrupts the world and wipes out the humans, it will be about time for us to come out too. An azure dragon was trapped by the chains of order and couldn't move, but it spoke. The human race is the protagonist of this era, but the protagonist can also be changed. The era of the myriad races should descend once again. A huge black dragon said. The other true dragons didn't speak and just watched silently. The human race is indeed the protagonist of this era. King Heaven looks very powerful and it's obvious that Bai Tiandi can't resist him, not even the God-killing rod. But I keep having a feeling that King Heaven will die. Sister Divine Silkworm frowned and said softly. Who can kill King Heaven? The Azure Dragon asked a fatal question. I don't know. I just have this feeling. If it's true, then the only person in the human race who can kill King Heaven is probably Great Emperor Jiufeng, I guess? Big Sister Divine Silkworm murmured. Great Emperor Jiufeng, the #1 immortal of this era? After just these few years, no matter how fast his cultivation speed is, he won't be a match for King Heaven. King Heaven already has 1 foot in the 8th lightning tribulation. He's very terrifying. The black dragon's voice rumbled. 8th lightning tribulation, Huang Xian'er said in surprise. She was also at the false immortal realm now, so she naturally knew how terrifying a false immortal was and how difficult it was to progress in this realm. When her lightning tribulation struck, it was really unbearable. She wished she could cut herself in half and end her life then. Then there's no hope, Big Sister Divine Silkworm lowered her eyes and sighed. In the outside world, in the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, countless false immortals were watching with solemn expressions. At this moment, Bai Tiandi had already left the battlefield. Having lost most of his strength, he was very weak. He would need to recuperate for at least a month before he could recover. As for the God-killing rod and King Heaven, they were the main characters in this battle. The God-killing rod and King Heaven had been together for over 10,000 years, but now, they were facing each other on the battlefield. The God-killing rod struck down aggressively with a terrifying strength. In the eyes of all the powerhouses, this strike was terrifying as if it wanted to destroy the world. Boom! The ground was trembling. The sky quickly cracked for hundreds of miles, pulling the space of chaos even larger. The surging nomological powers of the great Tao erupted from the God-killing rod and directly rushed towards King Heaven. At this moment, King Heaven shouted angrily. His wings flapped, and his body was like lightning. Endless black fog surged and drowned the place. Even the false immortals were unable to see through the fog. They could only see the dense traces of the great Tao around them, but they couldn't see through anything else. The God-killing rod and King Heaven were inside, facing each other directly. Boom! 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 Their auras collided like volcanoes, erupting passionately. The auras were also like the sea, surging powerfully. It was extremely terrifying. King Heaven swiftly struck and directly executed the 7th stage of the false immortal realm, self-slashing to comprehend Tao. Boom! The surrounding abyss of chaos trembled. The surging black fog drowned this place. Then, with a flip of his hand, boundless great Tao surged out. At this moment, all the lights gathered together. Together with King Heaven's terrifying strength, they transformed into a black hole. It restrained all of the attacks of the god-killing rod and extinguished its light and might. Then, using the black hole as a hand, it held onto the god-killing rod, ignoring the resistance of the immortal spirit. King Heaven's expression was cold. I can already transcend the 8th lightning tribulation and enter the reverse yin-yang stage. In front of me, you aren't even half awakened, yet you still want to fight me? King Heaven said coldly. He reached out and pulled out the immortal spirit of the god-killing rod. Then, he grabbed it and executed a sealing technique to seal the immortal spirit. You are something worth studying. After I wipe out the human race and take revenge for my son, I will study you, King Heaven said calmly. Ignoring the struggle of the immortal spirit, he directly put it away. He was too lazy to refine it and become its master, nor did he wipe out Bai Tiandi's divine soul within it. In his eyes, nothing could compare to destroying the human race. Shuash. King Heaven looked at the Yuhua God Dynasty. From the ancient town at the borders, he saw the imperial capital. His eyes were blood-red. Inside his eyes were no longer killing intent, but a surging sea of blood that was incomparably blazing, as if it was announcing the future of the human race. This glance made the human powerhouses tremble in fear. The human race is unqualified for having their current status. They aren't worthy of ruling the world. This must be repaid with blood. King Heaven said coldly. He tore through the air and strode towards the Yuhua God Dynasty's capital. His aura was oppressive. The figure that seemed to touch the 9 heavens and stepping on the 9 netherworlds made many people's legs go soft. Imperial capital. The false immortals of the Yuhua God Dynasty simultaneously looked at the forbidden city. Their faces were filled with worry, fear, and terror. Those who had become false immortals in this era were no match for King Heaven at all. Even Bai Tiandi, who had undergone 6 lightning tribulations, wasn't a match for King Heaven, who had stepped one leg into the stage of the 8th lightning tribulation. Not even the half-awakened immortal artifact, the god-killing rod, could resist him. Who in the Yuhua God Dynasty could resist him then? Everyone simultaneously thought of great Emperor Jiufeng, who had appeared out of nowhere 7 years ago. Back then, he alone went to the 100,000 mountains and suppressed the convention of the myriad races, causing the myriad races to retreat in defeat, and protected the human race. Now that 7 years had passed, the myriad races had made a comeback. An even more terrifying figure broke free from the chains of order and escaped. With an invincible attitude, he descended upon the Yuhua God Dynasty and headed straight for the imperial capital. Destroying the imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty was equivalent to destroying the faith of the people of the Yuhua God Dynasty and striking down the dignity of the Yuhua God Dynasty. To destroy the Yuhua God Dynasty, the imperial capital must be destroyed too. Hence, King Heaven didn't hide his speed at all. He quickly rushed towards the imperial capital. In the imperial capital, Forbidden City. Emperor Dis sat here with a group of people beside him that was led by Princess Yulin. Princess Yulin's expression was grave. She was very worried about Bai Tiandi. The current Bai Tiandi's life and death were unknown. He had lost all of his strength, and she didn't know if he could continue to use the sea immortality in the cycle of reincarnation technique. She was really worried. But as the princess of the Yuhua God Dynasty, she had to suppress her feelings at this moment. The safety of the Yuhua God Dynasty was more important. Your Majesty, where's great Emperor Jiufeng? King Kaoshan asked solemnly. Everyone has witnessed how terrifying King Heaven is. Right now, it's unknown whether Bai Tiandi is dead or alive. The immortal artifact, God-killing rod, has also failed. This is a very difficult situation. Even if we attack together, we won't be a match for King Heaven. Therefore, we have no choice but to ask for great Emperor Jiufeng's help, Fire Lord nodded and said. Emperor Dis stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was calm as he looked at Princess Yulin and said, Yulin, go look for great Emperor Jiufeng. But, Princess Yulin hesitated. She also wanted to look for her big granduncle, but the problem was that before he went into seclusion, Lin Jiufeng had said not to disturb him. Go look for Great Emperor Jiufeng's cat and ask her for advice, Emperor De said softly. In front of outsiders, Emperor De and Princess Yulin wouldn't address Lin Jiufeng as big granduncle. They would also address him as Great Emperor Jiufeng along with the common people. Alright, I'll go now. Princess Yulin nodded and stood up, quickly walking out. The others' faces relaxed and they secretly looked forward to it. It was as if they had gained a pillar of support, their panic instantly reduced by a lot. The Yuhua God Dynasty will definitely be able to withstand King Heaven's attack if Great Emperor Jiufeng appears. I believe in Great Emperor Jiufeng. He is the root reason why I joined the Yuhua God Dynasty. If there's a person who can change the current world, it's definitely Great Emperor Jiufeng. I wonder how powerful Great Emperor Jiufeng has become in the past few years. No matter how much or little he has improved, he will definitely be able to resist King Heaven. The false immortals were discussing, their words showing their great trust in Lin Jiufeng. This trust had even reached the point of blindness. Among them, the 7 great sages were the main ones. In the battle of the convention of the myriad races, Lin Jiufeng had crushed all the other races with a domineering attitude. He had also turned the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race into fanboys. Soon after that, they joined the Yuhua God Dynasty. Bringing with them the monster race and the 100,000 mountains, they accepted the rule of the Yuhua God Dynasty. Emperor De proposed to treat everyone equally and having the different races coexist together. He would continue to hand the 100,000 mountains to the 7 great sages to rule, but they had to strictly plan and propose a clear direction of development. The monster race couldn't be left to grow wildly like before. In the past few years, the 7 great sages had been studying the reforms carefully in the imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty. This was why they were at the imperial capital at this moment. Emperor De stood up and looked into the distance. His eyes were faint as he said, "Everyone, please follow me to protect the Yuhua God Dynasty." Fire Lord laughed. "It's been many years since I've felt such blood boiling. I didn't expect that a person born in the forgotten world like me can actually protect the entire human race. My life isn't in vain anymore." King Kaoshan laughed and walked out of the imperial study with Emperor De. The other false immortal powerhouses walked out one by one. They stood on the walls of the Forbidden City and looked into the distance. Although they still couldn't see King Heaven's figure, his surging and vast aura was still within the range of their perception. It was very terrifying. But no one retreated. Imperial capital, Cold Palace. Princess Yulin rushed over and knelt in front of the Cold Palace with a thump. Your unfilial descendant, Yulin, earnestly asks Big Granduncle to save the Yuhua God Dynasty. Princess Yulin shouted mournfully. All sorts of emotions interweaved together, and her eyes turned red. On the one hand, it was because Bai Tiandi had gone to resist King Heaven alone. Moreover, his fate was unknown. On the other hand, the Yuhua God Dynasty was too weak. Even though it was constantly improving, the enemies were also constantly improving. It wasn't until the appearance of King Heaven that Princess Yulin realized that they were actually so fragile. In the end, it was also because of guilt. Lin Jiufeng had said not to disturb him before he went into seclusion, but now, she still came to disturb him. Without Great Emperor Jiufeng, the Yuhua God Dynasty was equivalent to a toothless tiger. In the wilderness surrounded by powerful enemies, it was difficult to maintain its position of overlord. They might even be wiped out by the enemy at any moment. Meow. With a meow, the little white cat walked out and said in a low voice, Great Emperor Jiufeng is in seclusion. King Heaven is already here. In just a few minutes, he will be able to kill his way into the imperial capital and destroy the Yuhua God Dynasty. Princess Yulin raised her head and said sorrowfully. The white cat sensed the terrifying fluctuations in the endless distance. Her eyes were faint as she said, Great Emperor Jiufeng is in seclusion and can't be disturbed, but I can help you. Princess Yulin looked at the little white cat in surprise. Could she? Princess Yulin didn't hide the doubt in her eyes. Even if I can't, there's still this. The white cat looked at the hanging lamp in front of the Cold Palace. Princess Yulin looked at it in surprise and asked, "You can activate this, Light of the Homes?" The white cat mumbled, "I don't know, but I'll give it a try." In any case, she remembered how Lin Jiufeng activated the Light of the Homes. She just wasn't sure if she could activate it too by copying his actions. No matter what, she mustn't disturb Lin Jiufeng. He had previously said that this seclusion was very important. The white cat jumped on up and took down the Light of the Homes. The Light of the Homes, let the little white cat take it down. Perhaps it was because it knew that this beautiful little white cat was the existence that Lin Jiufeng cared about the most. Chapter 263, Recovering from Nirvana, Part 4, King Heaven quickly rushed to the imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty. The aura on his body wasn't concealed at all. It exploded rapidly, spreading between heaven and earth. It was very terrifying. The wind and waves formed by the terrifying aura hummed, emitting an incomparable might, stirring the nomological powers of the great Tao of the entire world. At this moment, King Heaven seemed to have returned to 15,000 years ago. Just like back then, he was valiant in battle and pressing forward, descending outside the imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty. Boom! 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 The sound waves and auras overlapped as they constantly floated and sank, turning the great Tao of the world into the sea. That meant that he was the one chasing the sea. His pair of blood-red eyes looked at the imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty. The Yuhua God Dynasty shall be wiped out today. King Heaven let out a rumbling sound that reverberated through the world, causing the hearts of many people in the Yuhua God Dynasty to flutter. He was too powerful. The appearance that King Heaven displayed at this moment was terrifying to the point of making one tremble. They weren't on the same level at all. Compared to King Heaven, ordinary false immortals were the mud on the ground while he was the cloud in the sky. The current King Heaven's entire body was resplendent and dazzling. He vividly displayed his terrifying divine might and suppressed the world. On the imperial city walls of the Yuhua God Dynasty, Emperor De watched solemnly. Behind him were dozens of false immortals, but all of them had serious expressions on their faces, even pressurized. They had no chance of winning against King Heaven. As for the weakest Emperor De, he stood straight and watched solemnly. How should we handle this? Emperor De asked Fire Lord and the others. Fire Lord said bitterly, "Your Majesty, we will definitely do our best, but..." Fire Lord didn't finish speaking, but Emperor De already knew what he meant. His expression was solemn as he looked into the distance. King Heaven's huge body appeared before his eyes. He walked in the air and then slapped down. Boom! The void exploded. King Heaven was very confident and also looked down on the Yuhua God Dynasty and the human powerhouses. With one slap, the Yuhua God Dynasty shall be wiped out. King Heaven said coldly. He was very confident that no matter who blocked this slap, they would die. The most powerful person in the human race was Bai Tiandi, but he had already failed. Rumble! This slap broke the clouds and shook the void. It washed away everything in the surroundings and pressed down on the Yuhua God Dynasty. The atmosphere was aggressive and loud. Countless common people watched as the blue sky and white clouds above their heads darkened. They watched in horror, anxious to escape. "Your Majesty, be careful!" Fire Lord shouted in surprise. He used his body to protect Emperor De. "Your Majesty, this slap is too terrifying. We can't withstand it. We must retreat first," King Kaoshan roared. If he didn't roar, his voice wouldn't be heard. The surroundings were filled with the roarings of the true Qi, sharp howls of the air, and the huge majestic wave caused by King Heaven's attack. Emperor De stopped Fire Lord and said loudly, "In this situation, how can I escape? Everyone in the world is watching the Yuhua God Dynasty. If the imperial capital is destroyed, the Yuhua God Dynasty will instantly fall into pieces. The efforts of generations of people will be destroyed in my hands. I will be a sinner for all eternity." Boom! At this moment, killing intent was boundless and swept in all directions. It was as if they had arrived in the era of the creation of the world. All living things were born, and all sorts of killing energies filled the space, vast and mighty. The Yuhua God Dynasty was on the verge of collapse. The false immortals protected Emperor De, ensuring that nothing would happen to him. But they were also helpless, unable to change this outcome. The human race is too weak, King Heaven said coldly and disdainfully. He looked down on the human race from the bottom of his heart. In front of him, the human race wasn't worth mentioning at all. He could easily destroy the human race. It was just a matter of one slap. But his casual slap was the outcome that others could hardly resist. King Heaven watched coldly as the humans struggled. A trace of a cold smile appeared on his lips. With a teasing expression, he watched as the humans struggled, were terrified, and were flustered. He was very happy. A despicable and cowardly race deserves to be destroyed. Their innate bodies are so weak, are they even worthy of competing with the myriad races for glory? King Heaven looked at his palm print pressing down. He directly closed his eyes, too lazy to look anymore. In his perception, there were many false immortals in the imperial capital, but all of them had just entered the false immortal realm. The gap between them and him was too big, it was impossible for them to withstand this slap. But just as he closed his eyes, a white light shuttled through the morning fog and came to the city wall. Then, this figure stood quietly, its bright eyes looking at the huge handprint that was rippling in the compressed clouds. Princess Yulin followed closely behind and rushed over quickly to see Emperor De. Great Emperor Jiufeng didn't come? Fire Lord asked in despair. No, Great Emperor Jiufeng hasn't come out of seclusion yet, but his pet has come. Princess Yulin looked at the little white cat. She has just entered the false immortal realm, she won't be of any use right now. Fire Lord sighed. Emperor De's eyes drooped. He felt uneasy not seeing Lin Jiufeng. After so many years, Lin Jiufeng was already equivalent to being the spiritual leader of the Yuhua God Dynasty. In such a crisis, seeing that Lin Jiufeng wasn't here, no one could remain calm. Great Emperor Jiufeng is in seclusion. I'll deal with this person, the white cat said casually. You've only just entered the false immortal realm, you won't be able to stop him. Fire Lord shook his head. He and the little white cat were considered friends and had met many times, so he said bluntly. I know that I can't, but I brought Great Emperor Jiufeng's immortal artifact. The white cat paced back and forth before spitting out a lamp. The appearance of this lamp illuminated everyone's eyes and also warmed their hearts. Their eyes couldn't help but become attracted to it. This is the light of the homes? Emperor De asked in surprise. This is Great Emperor Jiufeng's immortal artifact. Fire Lord and the others watched in surprise. Previously, they had personally experienced the tremors of the light of the homes, suppressing the world. Powerful hope suddenly emerged in their despairing hearts. It wasn't because of this immortal artifact. Because King Heaven wasn't afraid of immortal artifacts, unless they had awakened quite a lot. The god-killing rod was the best example. It had even given birth to its own spirit and even absorbed all of Bai Tiandi's energy, but it was still defeated and suppressed by King Heaven. Hence, immortal artifacts that were unable to activate their own energies couldn't pose any threat to King Heaven. But now that the little white cat had brought an immortal artifact, everyone, including Emperor De, had great hope reignited. It was simply because this immortal artifact belonged to Lin Jiufeng. Rumble. The huge palm pressed down, bringing with it a terrifying pressure, suppressing the ordinary people to the ground, unable to move. Activate it. If the palm continues to suppress down, the common people will all die. Emperor De immediately said to the little white cat. Meow. The white cat decisively threw out the light of the homes. Then, she stared fixedly at the light of the homes. She actually didn't know how to operate it, but she had seen Lin Jiufeng operate it before, so she was imitating Lin Jiufeng's actions. Hopefully, this situation could be saved. Buzz. The light of the homes was thrown out. The candle flame inside trembled slightly before emitting a gentle light that instantly covered the entire imperial capital. The anxiety, worry, and fear of the common people in this range disappeared. A candle flame rose into the sky, emitting endless light. It was like a wave of smoke spreading over the river. 10,000 strands of the great Tao drooped down, resplendent and dazzling. At this moment, it was the center of the world. At this moment, it illuminated the future of the human race. Its brilliance pierced through the past and present, its might peerless in the world. In the air, it slowly rose into the sky and forcefully lifted King Heaven's palm. Resplendent beams of light shone from the flickering candle flame and the light of the homes. The void was collapsing, and even King Heaven's huge hand print began to crack. Ka ka ka. This huge palm that could crush everything couldn't withstand a single blow from the light of the homes. It slowly disintegrated. The light of the homes emanated a suffocating might. Even the false immortals were trembling, not daring to resist it. Shuash! King Heaven, who had already closed his eyes, suddenly opened them at this moment. A cold light pierced out, flickering with an icy light as he stared at the rising light of the homes. An immortal artifact, another immortal artifact that awakened on its own. King Heaven said in shock. The god-killing rod had awakened on its own, and now this, light of the homes, had also started to awaken on its own. Rumble! The light of the homes was spinning. The dazzling light beam pierced through everything and shone on King Heaven. A light barrier appeared in front of King Heaven and blocked all of this. He raised his hand and struck. A divine nomological power exploded, flickering with a powerful light of the great Tao as it collided with the light of the homes. But it didn't have any effect. The light of the homes still steadily stopped in the air. It was ancient and clean, shining with a divine radiance that could sweep and kill all living creatures. No one could resist it. This was the immortal artifact of the human race. It was starting to awaken on its own now. Its might could simply split the heaven and earth, destroy the sky, and connect to the past, present, and future. It was omnipotent. If someone who had just entered the false immortal realm was illuminated by its light, they would definitely become a pool of pus and blood in one breath. It was only because King Heaven was very powerful. If not, he would already be dead now. I just suppressed an awakened immortal artifact, do you think I'll be afraid of you? King Heaven's expression turned cold. After observing for a while, he attacked decisively. His speed was very fast. He raised his hand and pressed down on the void. Surging energy spread, and then the black hole created by the explosion instantly swallowed the light of the homes. This was very terrifying. King Heaven attacked with all his might. He was even more decisive than when he suppressed the god-killing rod just now. The might of this attack was also more terrifying. He shot out a black hole that collided with the light of the homes, decisively devouring it. Rumble! The black hole was frantically refining the light of the homes, but the light of the homes remained unmoved. It quietly illuminated the black hole. Because it was awakening on its own, it didn't have the terrifying power it had the previous time it appeared. Lin Jiufeng wasn't around to activate its power. If not, even if only a portion of its power was activated, it was confident in suppressing King Heaven. But this time, it was the little white cat who threw it out. Although she copied Lin Jiufeng's action, it was completely useless. The light of the homes only awakened on its own for Lin Jiufeng's sake and fought King Heaven. Although the black hole had trapped it, it was unable to refine it. It couldn't do anything to the light of the homes. But the pressure generated made all living things tremble. Many people almost directly knelt on the ground, unable to withstand this vast sea-like pressure. The powerhouses of the myriad races were all watching. Or rather, all the peerless powerhouses in the world were watching. In the battle between King Heaven and the Unrivalled God Dynasty, who would win? From the looks of it, King Heaven was still more powerful. He reigned supreme and suppressed two immortal artifacts in succession. But many people were puzzled. Is there no one else in the Unrivalled God Dynasty? Why are they letting the immortal artifacts awaken on their own instead of choosing people to control them? Someone raised a doubt. In the nest of 10,000 dragons in the ancient Kunlun Mountains, Huang Xianer also raised such a doubt. This is why no one uses immortal artifacts when they aren't powerful enough. The immortal artifacts can be easily snatched away. An immortal artifact must be controlled by a compatible person in order to display its might that can shake the world. The might of this immortal artifact now is too weak, Big Sister Divine Silkworm explained. It wasn't that the Yuhua God Dynasty didn't want to control the immortal artifacts, but they were unable to. Even Bai Tiandi, who had transcended 6 lightning tribulations, couldn't control the self-awakened god-killing rod. Who could control the self-awakened light of the homes? The answer was that there was no one else in the entire Yuhua God Dynasty other than Lin Jiufeng. Now, the light of the homes was suppressed in the black hole. Neither side could do anything to the other, but the light of the homes was unable to support the outside world too. All the powerhouses of the Yuhua God Dynasty were momentarily exposed in front of King Heaven. A group of ants, I have no interest in playing with you anymore. All of you, die, King Heaven said coldly as he punched down. Boom! 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 The void exploded continuously. At this moment, strands of Tao were seeping out of the pores all over King Heaven's body. He was like a god. When he punched out, a terrifying power erupted like an eternal divine furnace awakening. The Yuhua God Dynasty was in grave danger. When everyone saw this scene, they all felt despair. Including Emperor De. He closed his eyes gently, feeling powerless. Big granduncle, the reforms are ultimately a move behind. Emperor De said regretfully in his heart. Princess Yulin looked into the distance. She seemed to have heard a mournful roar. No. It was Bai Tiandi. His strength had been taken away by the god-killing rod, but he still survived. He was lucky enough to recover a little of his strength. He rushed back in a hurry and saw this shocking scene. He saw Emperor De standing straight and looking firmly with a fearless expression. Even if he perished, he would still be the emperor of the Yuhua God Dynasty. He would bring the dignity of the Yuhua God Dynasty with him and perish together. He also saw Princess Yulin dressed in a white dress. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She wanted to resist with all her might, but under that punch, the mountain-like pressure pressed down on them until they couldn't move. No, Bai Tiandi shouted in panic. He had just found his true love, how could he accept such an outcome? But he was powerless to change this outcome. Fire Lord, Old Man Luo, King Kaoshan, Scholar Wen, and the other false immortals tried their best to resist. Even if they died, they wanted to cause some damage to King Heaven. But the truth was that they were unable to resist. Under King Heaven's fist, they could only quietly wait for death. Everyone was looking at King Heaven, their eyes filled with hatred and their teeth clenched. Only the little white cat looked at the imperial capital and the cold palace in such a desperate situation. She murmured softly, "This time, we will be separated by death." Rumble. King Heaven's fist smashed down ferociously. Cold palace, in the room of seclusion. Lin Jiufeng suddenly opened his eyes. Boundless gas spurted out from his eyes. They all belonged to the 7 supreme powerhouses. In 7 years, he seriously comprehended the great Tao of the 7 supreme powerhouses. Although he hadn't comprehended much, he had already improved greatly. He originally wanted to continue comprehending. But a palpitating feeling woke him up from his nirvana state. Something was happening to the little white cat. Lin Jiufeng scanned with his spiritual will and sensed everything that happened. How dare you? You even dare to touch my cat? Lin Jiufeng's eyes were cold. He was furious. With a bang, his entire body emitted a terrifying power that shook the past and present. Without hesitation, Lin Jiufeng got up and took a step forward, arriving in the air. Boom! King Heaven's fist landed and was about to destroy the Yuhua God Dynasty. Everyone in the world was paying attention to this scene. Be it those who supported the Yuhua God Dynasty or those who supported the myriad races, they all watched nervously. But at this moment, the handsome-looking Lin Jiufeng dressed in white appeared in the air. He looked at King Heaven and his fist. Lin Jiufeng said coldly, "The Yuhua God Dynasty is not a place where you can behave atrociously." Boom! 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 Lin Jiufeng stepped with his foot, and the void instantly exploded infinitely. Carrying a terrifying force, it caused King Heaven's fist attack to disappear without a trace. Then, the shattered void suddenly rolled back and knocked away King Heaven's body. Pooh! One of King Heaven's arms was directly torn off. Blood rolled and scattered in the air. He let out a mournful cry and glared at Lin Jiufeng in anger. But Lin Jiufeng only moved his hand. The light of the homes that was suppressed in the black hole directly erupted. This time, it didn't awaken on its own but was controlled by someone. The one controlling it was Great Emperor Jiufeng. Boom! 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 In the air, chaotic flows surged. The light was infinite. The black hole exploded. The might of the light of the homes suddenly increased, not by a little, but by 100 times. A wisp of light swept out and happened to sweep past King Heaven. Another arm of his already injured body was cut off. In a short moment, the situation was reversed. King Heaven was originally confident of victory. For him, the situation was good, and the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was about to be wiped out in the very next moment. But Lin Jiufeng appeared out of thin air, bringing with him a terrifying aura that directly drowned King Heaven. He was caught off guard and was beaten until he screamed continuously. At this moment, his expression was hideous. He no longer had the composure, disdain, and coldness from before. The powerhouses of the world were also shocked. They watched in disbelief. Wasn't this reversal too fast? Including the myriad races. They watched in a daze. 7 years ago, at the convention of the myriad races, Lin Jiufeng had only just entered the false immortal realm. 7 years later, the people of the myriad races in King Heaven didn't take Lin Jiufeng seriously at all. In fact, King Heaven had been behaving domineering all this time, but Lin Jiufeng didn't even appear, so no one was looking forward to seeing Great Emperor Jiufeng appear anymore. But they didn't expect that Lin Jiufeng would appear at the most crucial moment and defeat King Heaven. You are the patriarch of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty? King Heaven glared at Lin Jiufeng. His body was covered in blood and he looked very terrifying. He was frantically recovering from his injuries and his arms were slowly growing out. But Lin Jiufeng looked at him coldly. He was too lazy to answer him. He asked lightly, "Who asked you to touch my cat?" Boom! Casual words and a casual slap. Just like how King Heaven wanted to destroy the Xuanhuang God Dynasty with a slap previously. Now, Lin Jiufeng returned it to him. Boom! The speed of this slap was much faster than King Heaven's. There was no comparison at all. Moreover, King Heaven's body instantly exploded. He swallowed whatever he wanted to say and never had a chance to say it again. A supreme powerhouse, who had transcended 7 lightning tribulations and had 1 foot in the 8th lightning tribulation, died just like that. The entire world was shocked. After the scene unfolded, the people watching widened their eyes, dumbfounded. Chapter 264. So what if I'm going too far? The tables had turned too fast. It was out of everyone's expectation. A second ago, no one would have believed that King Heaven, who had an absolutely powerful status and infinite power, would actually have his arms cut off and die from a slap in the very next moment. This scene was too shocking. The powerhouses of the myriad races watched in dumbfoundedness. This. They personally witnessed King Heaven break free from the chains of order. They personally witnessed King Heaven suppress the god-killing rod. They personally witnessed King Heaven killing his way to the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. They all believed that King Heaven could rely on his own strength to overthrow the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and reverse the current world led by humans. But now, they personally witnessed King Heaven being blasted apart and saw a rain of his blood fall. Seeing him rise up, seeing his glory, and seeing him collapse. This was too magical, making the matter before their eyes seem unreal. The powerhouses of the myriad races looked at Lin Jiufeng. Dressed in white, he looked like an exiled immortal that had descended to the world. He stood there nonchalantly as if the person who attacked just now wasn't him. All of this was no longer real, it was surreal. In the nest of 10,000 dragons of the Kunlun Mountains, a few true dragons trapped in the chains of order watched in surprise. The black dragon shook its head and said, "This. How is this possible?" After the huge azure dragon recovered from its shock, it immediately looked at Big Sister Divine Silkworm and asked, "Previously, why did you feel that King Heaven would fail?" Everyone looked at her. Before this, no one thought that King Heaven would fail. Only Big Sister Divine Silkworm kept raising different opinions. But at that time, no one believed her. Thinking about it now, everyone was surprised by Big Sister Divine Silkworm's foresight. I just think that since this era is the era of the human race, the Unrivalled God Dynasty, as the orthodox lineage of the human race, won't be wiped out so easily. Moreover, this patriarch of the Unrivalled God Dynasty hadn't appeared then. This is the most terrifying thing, Big Sister Divine Silkworm said slowly. The human race is about to produce a peerless powerhouse. He will probably surpass the false immortal of the myriad races. The Black Dragon sighed faintly. This time, the Unrivalled God Dynasty won't be able to be wiped out. The myriad races should be on guard now in case the Unrivalled God Dynasty chooses to fight back, Big Sister Divine Silkworm said. Everyone's hearts turned cold. A cold breeze blew past their bones and seemed to reach their hearts. They were suddenly jolted awake. It was only then that they realized that the status of the myriad races and the human race had changed positions. With the emergence of Great Emperor Jiufeng, the lofty status of the myriad races instantly collapsed. King Heaven was the first of the myriad races' powerhouses to be killed, but he definitely wouldn't be the last. We have never sought trouble with the Unrivalled God Dynasty. We shall remain calm and have no conflicts with them. Big Sister Divine Silkworm gave the order decisively. Her status in the nest of 10,000 dragons was special. Although her cultivation base wasn't the most powerful, her status was very high. Even the true dragons had to take her words seriously. The nest of 10,000 dragons maintained a low profile. The other races weren't mentally disabled, so they naturally knew that they couldn't afford to get into a fight with Lin Jiufeng at the current stage. They stared fixedly at the Unrivalled God Dynasty, at Lin Jiufeng, wanting to see what his next move would be. In the sky above the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, Lin Jiufeng stood there. The people on the ground all had happy looks on their faces and were cheering for Great Emperor Jiufeng. At this critical moment, the Unrivalled God Dynasty was in grave danger. The 100-year-old empire was seemingly about to be destroyed at any moment. Just as everyone was in despair, Great Emperor Jiufeng appeared. He turned the tide and changed the situation. With terrifying strength, he wiped out the enemy. The current him was standing in the air, looking at the place where King Heaven exploded. Blood rain fell one after another, mixed with blood and bones. Not a single piece of it was complete. The powerful King Heaven was killed by Lin Jiufeng's slap just like that. He had no power to fight back at all. Everyone was shocked. Just how powerful was Great Emperor Jiufeng? At this moment, no one could compete with Lin Jiufeng. He reigned supreme in the world and was the strongest in both the past and present. It could be said that he single-handedly supported the Unrivalled God Dynasty and beat the myriad races until they fell silent. Great Emperor Jiufeng is the #1 in the world. Emperor De was excited. He took the lead and shouted, worshipping Lin Jiufeng. Fire Lord, Old Man Luo, King Kaoshan, and the others also shouted excitedly, Great Emperor Jiufeng is the #1 in the world. This voice spread throughout the imperial capital. Everyone shouted together. Great Emperor Jiufeng is invincible. Great Emperor Jiufeng is invincible. Great Emperor Jiufeng is invincible. Their voices shook the sky and reverberated throughout the world, making the hearts of the people of the human race even more united. At this moment, the light of the homes flew to Lin Jiufeng's side and reverted to its normal form, just blazing with a small candle flame. When it awakened on its own just now, it had also released a lot of its source energy. Now that Lin Jiufeng was here, it continued to quietly absorb the energies in the world. Lin Jiufeng reached out and waved his hand. The light of the homes instantly flew out and quickly hung in front of the cold palace. Light of the homes wasn't at its strongest yet. It could still continue to become stronger, and Lin Jiufeng didn't need it currently. Little cat, are you hurt? Lin Jiufeng looked at the little white cat and asked in concern. Meow. The white cat directly leaped into Lin Jiufeng's arms and said affectionately, I wasn't injured since you came. Lin Jiufeng smiled gently and stroked the little white cat's fur. Then, he looked at the majestic divine mountain on the endless horizon. The primordial sacred mountain. From an endless distance, Lin Jiufeng saw this mountain. He asked the little white cat, King Heaven is so arrogant, and the other powerhouses of the myriad races are also tempted to make a move against the humans. I have to give them a warning. Do you want to come with me? What are you going to do? The white cat asked curiously. Emperor De looked up and watched in surprise. His big granduncle was angry and wanted to teach the myriad races a deep lesson. The others watched in surprise. As expected, Great Emperor Jiufeng was going to intimidate the myriad races. The only thing they were looking forward to now was how Great Emperor Jiufeng would achieve this goal. The white cat asked directly, "What are you going to do?" Lin Jiufeng said lightly, "Step on the divine mountain and destroy the race there." As soon as these words came out, the entire world was shocked. Both the human race and the myriad races were shocked. No one could sit still. Everyone knew that the great Emperor Jiufeng wanted to give the myriad races a show of strength, but no one expected that he would be so ferocious as to destroy an entire race. The people who supported the Unrivalled God Dynasty were indescribably excited at this moment. They trusted Great Emperor Jiufeng blindly now. They didn't doubt his words at all. As long as he said it, it would definitely come true. Within the myriad races, countless races watched in shock. This was the primordial God Mountain. It was a top race in the era of the myriad races. There wasn't just one King Heaven in it, they had many other terrifying existences. Great Emperor Jiufeng of the human race actually wanted to destroy the primordial God Mountain. The outcome was unpredictable. This time, no matter how confident the myriad races were, they wouldn't say that the primordial God Mountain would definitely win. The sudden appearance of Great Emperor Jiufeng completely crushed the pride of the myriad races. No matter how much the myriad races looked down on the human race, they would acknowledge the might of Great Emperor Jiufeng and say that he was the son of destiny of this era, the savior of the human race. A terrifying existence among the myriad races said, "There's more than just one King Heaven in the primordial God Mountain." No one knows what other terrifying existences are hidden inside. Great Emperor Jiufeng is still thinking too much if he wants to destroy the primordial God Mountain. That's normal. Great Emperor Jiufeng is extremely talented and is also the son of destiny of this era. He grew up in this era. He doesn't know how terrifying the primordial God Mountain is. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. When he knows about the hidden existences in the primordial God Mountain, he will definitely regret it. A mocking voice sounded, causing one's eyes to focus. Another powerhouse from the myriad races had appeared. This time, the Unrivalled God Dynasty and the primordial God Mountain are going to clash. Great Emperor Jiufeng upholds the destiny of the human race and is incomparably powerful. He chose to attack decisively. I also want to see if he can force out those old and unkillable worms. A calm voice sounded. Indeed, there are many worms in the primordial God Mountain. Among the myriad races, a few terrifying powerhouses were discussing. Other than them, no one else knew about this. The people of the world were shocked by Lin Jiufeng's decisiveness, power, and raging ambition. He wanted to destroy the primordial God Mountain. All of them watched patiently from different distances beneath the same sky. Meow, the white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in shock. She didn't expect that Lin Jiufeng wanted to go and destroy the primordial God Mountain. This was too crazy. The primordial God Mountain is a top race from the era of the myriad races. Its hidden strength is unknown. Do you really have to go? The white cat asked worriedly. She really wanted to tell Lin Jiufeng not to go and cultivate for a few more years or decades first. When the peak era arrived, the Unrivalled God Dynasty would still need him to oversee it. But Lin Jiufeng said, "King Heaven wanted to kill you." The white cat's words were stuck in her mouth. She asked in surprise, "You want to destroy the primordial God Mountain because of me?" Lin Jiufeng said lightly, "You have accompanied me for decades. No one is allowed to hurt you. Not even King Heaven or the primordial God Mountain." The white cat was extremely touched. She swallowed the words of persuasion that were about to come out of her mouth. She said firmly, "I will accompany you wherever you go." Lin Jiufeng placed the little white cat on his shoulder. Then, facing the sunlight, he took a step forward. Boom! A terrifying black hole appeared in the air, devouring the path ahead. At the end of the path was the primordial God Mountain. The people of the world watched nervously. Was Great Emperor Jiufeng really going to destroy the primordial God Mountain for a cat? Wasn't this cat too blessed? The people of the world didn't know what Lin Jiufeng was thinking, they only saw the surface of the situation. The myriad races were always a threat. Killing King Heaven would only make them apprehensive, but it wouldn't make them afraid or revere him. Therefore, he had to eliminate a race that was significant enough to deter the myriad races and make them feel reverent and afraid of the human race. Only then could the Xuanhuang God Dynasty continue to exist for a long time. Lin Jiufeng didn't tell the little white cat about this factor. He indeed wanted to take revenge for the little white cat too. King Heaven was from the primordial God Mountain. The primordial God Mountain didn't stop him at all and allowed King Heaven to appear, destroy the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, and hurt the little white cat. These two matters made Lin Jiufeng angry. This had crossed his bottom line. Therefore, he would make them pay with blood next. Moreover, after killing King Heaven, a line of words appeared before his eyes. Killed King Heaven. Do you wish to sign in? Lin Jiufeng said calmly in his heart, sign in. In the 7 years of his seclusion, he didn't sign in. Now that he had woken up, he obtained a sign-in just from killing King Heaven. Lin Jiufeng felt that the signing in this time would definitely provide something useful. After all, he had held back for 7 years without signing in. This was the first time he signed in 7 years later. Sign-in successful. Received Immortal Technique, Mortal Transformation Technique. Lin Jiufeng's first immortal technique, the Mortal Transformation Technique, was extremely terrifying. After signing in, its information flowed into his mind. Mortal Transformation Technique. This is a technique that can remove the 5 energies and 3 flowers of an immortal. It can degrade an immortal to the realm of a mortal. Just hearing this introduction, Lin Jiufeng was so excited that his body trembled. This was too powerful. After being struck by the Mortal Transformation Technique, regardless of whether one was willing or not, one would become a cultivator of the mortal realm and have to cultivate again to climb back to the false immortal realm. And if it was repeatedly used on a person, that person would be very unlucky and have his or her cultivation base wiped out. Why have I never heard of such a powerful immortal technique? Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. It looks like he still didn't know much about this world. Rumble. The Mortal Transformation Technique flowed into Lin Jiufeng's head like water, allowing him to master it quickly. In the very next moment, he took a step forward. Boom! 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 Lin Jiufeng stepped out of the black hole that crossed millions of miles and arrived in front of the primordial God Mountain. He brought the little white cat with him and walked into the black hole. The black hole quickly disappeared. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Reflect the image of Great Emperor Jiufeng in the sky. I want to. Let the world see how powerful Great Emperor Jiufeng is. Emperor De roared excitedly, causing the civil and military officials to move quickly. Soon, huge paintings slowly spread out in the air of the imperial capital. The person in the painting was Lin Jiufeng. He had just walked out of the black hole and descended in front of the primordial God Mountain. Lin Jiufeng sized up the surroundings. The primordial God Mountain was very majestic, but its surroundings were withered. Many trees had withered, and in the end, they would all be bare. This place's life force was wiped out, giving people an incomparably bleak feeling. Boom! As for Lin Jiufeng, he didn't hide his terrifying aura at all. Walking out of the black hole, his aura was like a huge wave that slapped in all directions, shaking the sky and sweeping up thousands of snowflakes, terrifying and scary. The scene that greeted his eyes was desolate, quiet, and devoid of life. Together with the black ancient divine mountain, the sense of oppression that he felt was just too strong. The huge ancient trees' branches stretched into the sky. Their bodies were similar to small mountains, and they grew on the primordial God Mountain. The thick vines were like azure dragons that crawled everywhere. They entangled the primordial god mountain. They were very terrifying. They were entirely black and exuded an ancient aura. In the primordial god mountain, there were large buildings that were like celestial palaces. They either stood tall on the mountain peak or sat in front of dried-up waterfalls. From the outside, the primordial god mountain looked completely black. It pierced straight into the clouds, like a sharp sword that hung from the sky. But in front of Lin Jiufeng, the aura of life and death filled the interior of the primordial god mountain. The great Tao of life and death entangled the primordial god mountain. The Tao of life and death was even richer than the chains of order. It looked very terrifying. But even so, Lin Jiufeng still walked over. His aura was like a huge wave, alarming everyone on the primordial god mountain. They all watched in horror. Even King Heaven was killed by this person. How could they, some small fries, resist? Just as Lin Jiufeng was exuding his aura fully, a low voice sounded. "Young man, you have crossed the line. Come out here. Don't hide in the dark and say that I have crossed the line. If you don't have the guts to come out, then why bother sounding out?" Lin Jiufeng's expression was cold. As he spoke, his hands moved. He suddenly punched the air, erupting with a huge light and flickering with 6 black holes. Boom! This punch directly struck the primordial god mountain, causing it to tremble non-stop. It also angered the person who was talking from behind the scenes. "You are seeking death." The deep voice suddenly became loud. Right then, a divine light transformed into a long blade that cut through the endless void and slashed towards Lin Jiufeng. As soon as this void-splitting slash appeared, the world lost its color. It carried the phantom of a demonic god as it roared angrily, emitting a woo-woo sound that could destroy a person's soul. It was extremely terrifying. A dual attack on both the body and the mind. But Lin Jiufeng only took a deep breath and directly roared. Roar! This was a huge roar that carried Lin Jiufeng's terrifying great Tao. It spread throughout the huge ancient divine mountain in front of him and the huge blade light that flew over. Boom! 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 On the primordial god mountain, some people were directly shaken until their bodies exploded, turning into a blood mist. Lin Jiufeng's eyes flickered with a sharp light that was resplendent and dazzling. Using a Taoist technique as the foundation, he shattered the sky with a roar, shook the rivers and mountains, and cut off a portion of the sharp peak of the primordial god mountain. Some of the false immortals of the primordial god mountain were killed on the spot. Lin Jiufeng was no longer on the same level as them. "Human, don't go too far." The terrifying existence in the primordial god mountain roared. It was obvious that he was suppressing his anger. "So what if I'm going too far?" Lin Jiufeng was unruly, aggressive, and domineering as he stepped onto the primordial god mountain. Then, he suddenly stomped down. Chapter 265, Invite you lot to transcend the tribulation. Lin Jiufeng stomped down and directly shattered the primordial god mountain. Rumble! A divine mountain that held great significance to the era of the myriad races collapsed with a bang at this moment. A section of the mountain peak was shattered and directly smashed onto the ground, throwing up specks of dust. The false immortals in the primordial god mountain fled in a panic. This was too terrifying. The soil that splashed everywhere fluttered and scattered all over the ground. When Lin Jiufeng stomped with his foot, they knew how big the gap between them and this great Emperor Jiufeng was. The difference between them was that of a world apart. And as they were escaping, inside the primordial god mountain, a furious roar reverberated through the world. Under extreme anger, a chain was thrown out. Crash! The chains were very terrifying. After they were thrown out, they directly erupted with huge might in the air, wanting to whip Lin Jiufeng and make him explode. Boom! 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 The entire ancient divine mountain was trembling. Just now, when Lin Jiufeng stomped down, it was already in grave danger. Now, a terrifying powerhouse had broken free from inside and thrown out the chains of order that shackled him, making the ancient divine mountain tremble even harder from the impact. 15,000 years ago, the human race was as insignificant as an ant. They had to take refuge in other races in order to survive. 15,000 years later, when the myriad races disappeared and the human race rose to power, they thought that they were the masters of this land. Today, I will tell you that the reason why the human race could rise up was that the myriad races had disappeared. Now that we are back, the human race can give up the world and return to their original path. You are the pillar of support for the human race. You actually dare to bring your pet to my primordial god mountain. I will beat you to death today. The terrifying powerhouse's voice from the primordial god mountain sounded. His icy words carried with them an eerie coldness, bringing with them an incomparably terrifying sense of oppression and bullying. An old man who doesn't die is akin to a thief. You are hiding in the dark and throwing out the chains of order, wanting to whip me into pieces? You are just dreaming. There's no need to worry that I will escape today. I represent the human race to destroy the primordial god mountain. If the primordial god mountain isn't destroyed, if you guys don't die, I won't go back. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were like knives. With a flick of his finger, a sword light flew out and directly struck the chains of order. Crack! The chains of order directly exploded. Without any suspense, they transformed into pieces that flew out. Under the illumination of the sun and under the illumination of the black primordial god mountain, they were crystal clear, representing the great Tao crystals of this world. But now, it was shattered by Lin Jiufeng. Fragments flew everywhere, like crystal clear flowers that danced around Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng walked out of the flowers. He looked down at the world and said coldly, "The chains of order have been broken by me. Aren't you coming out yet?" As soon as these words came out, the entire world was in an uproar. Countless powerhouses watched in shock. It turned out that great Emperor Jiufeng knew that there was a scheme behind these chains being whipped out. The ancestor of the primordial god mountain was troubled by the chains and was unable to break free. Hence, he used Lin Jiufeng's sword to split the chains apart. But even though great Emperor Jiufeng knew what the other party was thinking, he still split the chains of order with one strike. What did this mean? Powerful people ignored all schemes. Since Lin Jiufeng said that he wanted to kill someone, he would do it openly. If that someone was trapped by the heavenly Tao, Lin Jiufeng would shatter the chains of order of the heavenly Tao to release him and then kill him. No matter how much they hated the Unrivalled God Dynasty and the great Emperor Jiufeng, the myriad races also felt excited and afraid at this moment. Great Emperor Jiufeng, the savior of the human race. Was he really that powerful? Boom! After severing the chains of order, the aura deep in the primordial god mountain became violent. Then, a few auras quickly appeared. Boom! 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 These auras were instantly raised to the extreme. They were like world-shocking waves striking the sky, like 10,000 waves surging, making one tremble as they watched in horror. At this moment, on the primordial god mountain, only Lin Jiufeng was standing there. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he carried a little white cat with him. The primordial god mountain was cracking. In the deep abyss, one couldn't even see their own fingers in the darkness, but terrifying roars came from it. Human, you are seeking death. We brothers are very powerful. The stronger a person is, the more terrifying the chains of order are. You severed the last shackle on us. Now, we are free. This world will definitely be ruled by our primordial god mountain. Arrogant and despotic voices reverberated throughout the world. Accompanied by terrifying auras, they surged over together, bringing with them a nervous atmosphere that filled the air, making people feel stifled. Everyone looked at the lonely Lin Jiufeng standing on the black ancient divine mountain. They seemed to smell the blood and seemed to be able to see the blade lights, the sword shadows, the bone river, and other such stuff. The terrifying auras that these powerful people brought with them when they appeared made the hearts of everyone in the world sink. To them, the chains of order of the heavenly Tao that the great Emperor Jiufeng severed were equivalent to a ferocious tiger leaving the mountain. There were no longer any restrictions on them, and they could do whatever they wanted. Lin Jiufeng looked calmly at the huge black crack on the mountain and said calmly, "Now that I have cut off your chains of order, I can kill you all. Otherwise, you lot will keep hiding in the dark and chatter like rats, which is very annoying. The four of us brothers are all false immortals who have transcended 8 lightning tribulations and have reached the reverse yin-yang realm. There's a huge difference between us and King Heaven, who had only 1 foot in this realm. You can defeat King Heaven, but you are no match for us. Under the endless abyss, a golden-winged rock flew up. When it spread its wings, it was a full 10 meters long. It was wild and unruly. Its eagle eyes were filled with bloody killing intent, and its cold claws were comparable to a quasi-immortal artifact. Lin Jiufeng looked at it and replied coldly, "Actually, it's all the same. In my hands, you lot won't be able to last more than a few moves. Great Emperor Jiufeng of the human race, you are too arrogant. You have only transcended 2 lightning tribulations, yet you dare to boast shamelessly again?" A barbarian bear ran out and roared at the sky. Lightning flickered on its body as it raised its hand and struck, decisive and vicious. The sharp claws spat out an extremely powerful Taoist technique that transformed into a blood-red longsword. It was bright red and gorgeous as it slashed at Lin Jiufeng. Boom! This strike was extremely terrifying. The bright red sword exuded an incomparable bleakness. The body of the sword seemed to be stained with a string of blood drops. It let out a woo-woo sound in the air, causing the void to split and distort, and a chaotic aura filled the air. Boom! In the very next moment, the surrounding space directly collapsed. The golden-winged rock also took the opportunity to attack. It was very arrogant and powerful. It then transformed into a human form. His body was tall, and his golden hair had transformed into hair that cascaded down behind him like a waterfall. His eyes were sparkling, and his entire being had a demonic nature. Standing in the air, he emitted a sense of oppression that made one tremble. He raised his hand and a huge charm of the Tao surged. Then, he roared. 18,000 swords. The golden-winged rock was a powerful existence that had transcended 8 lightning tribulations. At this moment, his face was filled with killing intent and his aura was surging. He was very terrifying. 18,000 years ago, I was born in this world. Every year, I crafted a long sword for myself and used my feathers as the main material. 18,000 years have passed, and I also have these 18,000 swords now. Today, I will kill you and slaughter the people of the human race to show off the might of the primordial God Mountain. The golden-winged rock's hair fluttered in the wind, and crazy killing intent appeared in his eyes. He carried the 18,000 swords and directly pounced over. As the barbarian bear and the golden-winged rock attacked together, the void trembled. The primordial God Mountain trembled too, as if it would collapse at any moment. But the scene of Lin Jiufeng standing on top and being surrounded by the endless sword lights was still very shocking. Lin Jiufeng had been watching them silently all this time. At this moment, he sneered and said, "I finally see some might from you lot, but that's all. 18,000 swords, I wonder if these swords can withstand the baptism of the lightning tribulation." Lin Jiufeng kept the little white cat in his body, preventing her from experiencing the lightning tribulations. Then, he no longer suppressed his strength. He released his body and mind, becoming connected to this world. He released the terrifying great Tao that he had comprehended in the past 7 years. Boom! This extremely dense great Tao instantly rushed into the void. The terrifying might caused the world to change. Boom! There was originally nothing in this void, but a vast sea suddenly appeared after Lin Jiufeng activated his strength. This was a divine sea formed from lightning. In just an instant, huge lightning bolts that were as thick as the sea struck down one after another. This was a magnificent scene. It was like a meteor falling during the day, making the mouths of people open wide. They were shocked and speechless. Lin Jiufeng started his tribulation on the primordial God Mountain. In the past 7 years, he had been comprehending the Tao of the 7 supreme powerhouses. These Tao were very dense, very terrifying, and also very powerful. He had comprehended them for 7 years. When he learned them, it was even a one-on-one guidance session. Since ancient times, there shouldn't be a second person who had such an opportunity like Lin Jiufeng. Hence, his accumulation was extremely huge. And now, the lightning tribulation that he triggered was also unprecedented. The lightning tribulation this time was abnormally terrifying. Even the strands of light from this tribulation were also far stronger than the previous one. The thousands of tribulation light strands gathered together to form Lin Jiufeng's first lightning bolt. One could imagine how terrifying it was. In the eyes of the people, this was a doomsday divine punishment and a great destruction. They felt that no one could withstand it. The range of the lightning tribulation this time was also vast and boundless. It covered the surroundings of the primordial god mountain. The false immortals who escaped previously were all shrouded inside at this moment. They were so scared that they wanted to escape frantically. But could they? In this vast lightning tribulation, even if those that were included were at the borders, they still couldn't escape. Just a wisp of lightning was enough to destroy a false immortal who had bitterly cultivated to this realm. These false immortals who had only transcended once or twice were unable to resist Lin Jiufeng's lightning tribulation at all. Their bodies directly exploded when the lightning swept past them. This shocking scene made the humans of the world cheer. The ones who died were false immortals. They were the top powerhouses in the world, yet they were killed by the lightning tribulation just like that. Wasn't this too terrifying? This lightning tribulation should be able to kill all its targets, right? But as everyone watched, they didn't discover any discomfort in Lin Jiufeng. He bathed in it, treating the lightning tribulation as his bathing water and the sea of lightning as his bathing pool. Inside, his hair was disheveled, and he swam freely in this vast lightning tribulation. As the lightning struck down time and time again, Lin Jiufeng took off the Yuhua immortal robe and revealed his powerful body. He stood in the sea of lightning and used the lightning as water to cleanse his body and primordial spirit. His realm was frantically climbing. He reached the third stage of the false immortal realm, aspect golden body. He reached the fourth stage of the false immortal realm, heaven's heart and will. Then, he reached the wind and fire tribulation stage, the breathing of immortal energy stage, the self-slashing to comprehend Tao stage, and the reverse yin-yang stage. All the way till the eighth stage of the false immortal realm, Lin Jiufeng's didn't stop for even a bit along the way. He broke through the shackles of the different stages in one go. And every time he broke through one stage, the lightning tribulation would become heavier by one level, striking Lin Jiufeng harder and harder. It also turned the surrounding 1,000 miles into a world of lightning. After Lin Jiufeng transcended the tribulations, he suddenly saw the golden-winged roc, the barbarian bear, and also two other old ancestors of the primordial god mountain who had already rushed out of the endless abyss. You lot wanted to kill me just now, but now, you lot are just hiding at the side, not daring to approach. Don't stand on ceremony. I invite you guys to transcend the tribulation with me. This lightning tribulation is harmless. Lin Jiufeng laughed out loud. Crack! As his words fell, a bolt of lightning struck down. This was a very terrifying 5 elements divine lightning. This strike was very terrifying. It directly shattered the void, splitting apart Lin Jiufeng's body, revealing the terrifying veins of the great Tao inside, as well as his sparkling primordial spirit. The eyes of the people from the primordial god mountain lit up. Had great Emperor Jiufeng been struck to death? But in the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng's resplendent body flickered with light. It began to recover and became even stronger. After Lin Jiufeng was baptized by the lightning strike and shattered by the lightning strike, he directly revived and reversed the situation. Then, he grinned at the golden-winged roc and the other false immortals who had undergone 8 lightning tribulations. His eyes became filled with madness. I invited you lot to transcend the tribulation with me, but you guys haven't moved at all. In that case, I can only bring the lightning tribulation to you lot. Lin Jiufeng's body moved. The vast and boundless heavenly tribulation that had existed for thousands of years seemed to be locked onto him alone. He ran towards the golden-winged roc and the others. The lightning from the past and present combined into one and chased after him. Its speed was very fast and directly shot down towards him. Boom! The 18,000 swords directly exploded. The golden-winged roc let out a tragic cry as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He shouted in horror, "The gap between this lightning tribulation and my lightning tribulation is too big. This is completely divine lightning that can kill me." The others were also terrified. They looked at Lin Jiufeng as if he was a monster. Chapter 266,
Transcending the tribulation with one hand and killing enemies with the other, the lightning tribulation followed Lin Jiufeng and continuously struck down.
This lightning tribulation was one that shook the past and present. Lin Jiufeng continuously crossed 6 stages, leading to the greatest lightning tribulation ever in the eyes of the world. It was incomparably terrifying and surrounded the entire ancient divine mountain, making one tremble for no reason.
Crack! The wings of the golden-winged rock were struck and directly broken. Boiling blood splashed down.
He screamed and wanted to escape.
He looked at Lin Jiufeng as if he was looking at a lunatic.
But Lin Jiufeng stretched out with his large hand and grabbed him.
Surging true qi exploded. Boom! After the first wave of lightning sea receded, the second lightning tribulation followed closely behind.
It descended in an extremely terrifying manner.
Strange lightning appeared in the air.
There was a black tortoise carrying a dragon monument, a terrifying Tao stone from the past era, and also a demonic shadow.
These terrifying lightning tribulations were incomparably mysterious.
They struck down and smashed onto Lin Jiufeng's body, then transmitted to the golden-winged rock.
Ah! The golden-winged rock let out a mournful cry. The pain was unbearable.
He looked at Lin Jiufeng in horror.
He couldn't figure out why Lin Jiufeng could withstand these lightning tribulations. Why can't this lightning tribulation kill you? The golden-winged rock roared.
He tried his best to break free from Lin Jiufeng's imprisonment, but Lin Jiufeng's large hand grabbed him tightly. He looked at the golden-winged rock with a cold expression. I have cultivated quietly for 100 years. The years have passed in a flash. Today, I shall use the lightning tribulation which had existed since ancient times to forge an immortal body and an indestructible soul.
I shall shock the world and become invincible.
As Lin Jiufeng spoke, every inch of his skin was dazzling. Every pore of his was emitting lightning. After experiencing the first wave of lightning tribulation, he was still very powerful, not weakened at all. In the very next moment, he opened his mouth and inhaled.
Surging bolts of lightning and spiritual energy entered his mouth.
Like swallowing a celestial river, he sucked in the endless lightning sea into his mouth and directly swallowed it. It was terrifying beyond comparison.
This scene stunned the people of the world.
The golden-winged rock was also stunned. He felt a great sense of danger because a huge and terrifying force surged out of Lin Jiufeng's body. It made him smell the smell of death, which entangled his body. He was afraid.
Save me!
The golden-winged rock shouted in surprise and anger. He hoped that the barbarian bear and the others would come to save him. When they saw this scene, they hurriedly acted. They forcefully resisted the lightning tribulation, wanting to save the golden-winged rock.
But Lin Jiufeng didn't even look at them. He let their attacks land on his body.
In any case, he had already been struck by the lightning tribulation to such an extent.
He was unafraid of their attacks.
He only stared at the golden-winged rock with lightning flickering in his eyes. Then, he opened his mouth and spat.
Rumble! In the lightning in the air, the endless sea of blazing lightning tribulation was flickering, but it couldn't compare to Lin Jiufeng's move.
The lightning that he spat out was really lightning that could destroy the world. It directly struck the golden-winged rock. In the surging lightning, a few figures appeared. There was an invincible immortal king, a woman of the god race, and a peerless king. The 7 supreme powerhouses, who had vaguely given Lin Jiufeng pointers, appeared. Each of them was very powerful. In their phantoms, ancient stars were destroyed one after another, as if the historical scene that they had experienced had reappeared.
No.
The golden-winged rock only let out a tragic cry before it was covered by the boundless lightning that Lin Jiufeng spat out. This scene seemed to have cut through a ray of light in the midst of chaos. It illuminated the mountains and rivers, shattering the pride of the myriad races.
The 8th stage false immortal, the golden-winged rock, directly vanished into thin air.
No traces of him remained at all.
As for Lin Jiufeng, he stood in the air.
When everything disappeared, every inch of his body flickered with immortal light amidst the tribulation light that filled the sky. The endless bolts of lightning and the attacks of Barbarian Bear and the other 2 directly tempered Lin Jiufeng's body into an immortal body.
He turned around, looked at Barbarian Bear and the others, and directly waved his fist. The golden-winged rock is dead. You guys are next. Today, the primordial god mountain shall be destroyed. The human race isn't an existence that can be trampled on by the myriad races at will. The times have changed, the offensive and defensive parties have changed sides too. Lin Jiufeng waved his fist and struck forward. His god's domain instantly appeared behind him, and an ancient phenomenon appeared. This time, it was the immortal king attacking the nine heavens phenomenon.
The invincible immortal king followed Lin Jiufeng into the sky and decisively attacked.
Boom!
Lin Jiufeng stretched his arms and released all of his power, shaking all the false immortals on the primordial god mountain. He grabbed them with his large hand. His fists were like rain as they shrouded these people.
None of them could escape.
In the eyes of the people of the world, the scene of this lightning tribulation was that of a great catastrophe.
Thousands of lights shone and thunder rumbled. Everything in the void was reduced to dust.
The ancient divine mountains collapsed one after another and fell. The divine mountains in the hearts of the myriad races were shattered by Lin Jiufeng. Barbarian Bear and the other 8th stage false immortals were enraged.
They realized that they couldn't escape and counterattack decisively.
After all, they were once powerful figures who killed and fought decisively. Having experienced the wars in the era of the myriad races, they were all very valiant.
Kill! The false immortals of the primordial god mountain roared and attacked together, not holding back at all. In an instant, the void trembled. All sounds caused by these moves were covered by sounds of the lightning tribulation.
The barbarian bear carried a sky monument that was ancient and majestic.
It was taller than a mountain and suppressed towards Lin Jiufeng.
There were also pseudo-immortal techniques that burst out.
They flickered in the air and entangled towards Lin Jiufeng.
There was even a false immortal who summoned a terrifying immortal artifact to kill Lin Jiufeng.
These attacks smashed towards Lin Jiufeng along with the lightning tribulation.
This was a terrifying scene that had never been seen before throughout history. On the one hand, Lin Jiufeng had to fight with several people who had crossed 8 lightning tribulations. On the other hand, he had to deal with the lightning tribulation. It was equivalent to being attacked from both sides. But he was valiant and fearless. Now, no one dared to approach the vicinity of the primordial god mountain. Even a wisp of the tribulation light here was destructive. It was equivalent to another person's great heavenly tribulation, and it could easily destroy mountains and rivers. Lin Jiufeng's pores were still relaxed and opened.
Thousands of strands of tribulation light were entering and exiting his body.
His body was automatically breathing in and out of this sea of divine lightning. His flesh, blood, and bones were all breathing in and out, greedily absorbing everything, being destroyed, then reborn, constantly generating new life forces. The immortal king attacking the 9 heavens erupted. It forcefully withstood all the attacks and accurately struck the barbarian bear amidst the chaotic tribulation lights.
Boom!
Even though the barbarian bear used the sky monument to suppress the incoming attack, it was useless. Lin Jiufeng smashed down with his fist, and the sky monument directly exploded. Then, the phenomenon of the immortal king attacking the 9 heavens directly shattered the barbarian bear. There was no possibility of survival.
There was only one attribute for this immortal king attacking the 9 heavens phenomenon, which was to attack. Extreme attacks and nothing else. But this was enough. As long as this phenomenon could kill the enemy, it was already of great use.
The barbarian bear exploded. The attacks of the other false immortals weren't a problem.
Next, it's your turn. I have no mood to play with you lot anymore. The gap between us is too big, we are no longer on the same level. Lin Jiufeng let out a long roar.
His eyes became sharp, like two light of the homes, erupting with resplendent light that was exceptionally gorgeous and terrifying in the depths of the void.
Boom! He began to swing his fists to crush all the enemies.
Be it invincible immortal techniques or immortal artifacts that had yet to awaken, they were nothing to worry about in front of the violent Lin Jiufeng. He destroyed them one by one, freely displaying the Tao that he had comprehended.
The vast sea of lightning was boundless. Lin Jiufeng ignored everything and moved unhindered within it. He was so powerful that it's unimaginable for him to get any stronger. The operation to destroy the primordial God Mountain had already begun and was about to end. At the same time, he was also experiencing a tribulation that ordinary people couldn't imagine. If it were anyone else, all they would be doing now was to endure this terrifying lightning tribulation. But Lin Jiufeng wanted to destroy a top faction of the myriad races while withstanding all the lightning tribulations at the same time. It was also because of this that Lin Jiufeng was experiencing a transformation. His heavenly tribulation far surpassed that of everyone since ancient times. It was extremely vast. Once he passed it, what he obtained from it would also be unprecedented. Lin Jiufeng's face was cold as he pressed down with his hand. Boom! A loud sound rang out. This time, Lin Jiufeng mixed the lightning that was directed at him into his attack. Hundreds of millions of strands of lightning shot out in all directions. Even if I'm transcending the tribulation at the same time, I can still suppress you all, Lin Jiufeng said coldly. This move was huge and powerful. Its might seemed to be invincible in the world. This palm attack killed an 8th stage false immortal on the spot, causing the primordial spirit and body of this false immortal to explode together. Then, Lin Jiufeng pointed with a finger. Pooh! Another 8th stage false immortal died, and his primordial spirit was wiped out. Lin Jiufeng looked at the next person. On this day, the world fell silent. In the lightning tribulation, Great Emperor Jiufeng faced the tribulation with one hand and exterminated the enemy with the other. Killing 8th stage false immortals was like cutting melons and vegetables for him, making others terrified. At first, they were scared witless. Looking at it again, the people of the world couldn't help but nod and admit something. This era was Great Emperor Jiufeng's era. Great Emperor Jiufeng killed people of the same level as him as easily as eating or drinking. After killing the enemies, Great Emperor Jiufeng swallowed the sea of lightning in one gulp. Boom! In the sky, the lightning tribulation vanished, the chaos disappeared, the void closed, and a huge sun shone in the sky. In an instant, the light illuminated the dark primordial God Mountain, dispelled the respect in the hearts of the humans for the myriad races, and also shattered the pride of the myriad races. At this moment, the myriad races fell silent. The primordial God Mountain was destroyed by Great Emperor Jiufeng. In the current world, the Unrivalled God Dynasty would continue to suppress the world. The human race cheered. The entire nation celebrated. Millions and millions of people praised the name of Great Emperor Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng, who had successfully transcended the tribulation, descended into the primordial God Mountain. Here, only the ruins were left. There was no one here. The powerhouses of the primordial God Mountain were all wiped out by the lightning tribulation. None of them survived. Lin Jiufeng released the little white cat from his body and put on the Yuhua immortal robe to cover his robust-looking skin. The white cat took a few more looks at Lin Jiufeng's body. She had rarely seen this wild side of Lin Jiufeng. Previously, he was always gentle and refined. Moreover, his figure was really good, wasn't it? The white cat really couldn't help but take a few more looks. She jumped into Lin Jiufeng's arms and meowed gently. She stretched out her pink tongue and licked Lin Jiufeng's palm. Lin Jiufeng stroked the little white cat with a smile. He was quite satisfied with the little white cat not disturbing him and instead bringing the light of the homes out to face the enemy. Because at that time, he was also at quite a crucial moment. If the little white cat had disturbed him then, he wouldn't have dared to resist the tribulation like this. Just as he was about to speak, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Do you want to sign in at the primordial God Mountain? Chapter 267, Land of the Dragon's Vein, Sign in successful. Received Soul of the Immortal. Lin Jiufeng looked at the sign in a daze. What was this Soul of the Immortal? Right then, a piece of information entered his mind, letting Lin Jiufeng know what this was. Immortals were at the realm above the false immortal realm, and the soul of the immortal was created by extracting the primordial spirit of an immortal with terrifying strength, removing the thoughts inside, and only leaving behind pure combat power. The soul of the immortal was a one-time use combat item,
but it was also a huge and terrifying thing.
Good stuff. Lin Jiufeng was overjoyed after reading it. The soul of the immortal was something forcefully taken from an immortal. It definitely wasn't as powerful as a true immortal, but it wasn't something that an 8th stage false immortal could compare to. Perhaps a 9th stage false immortal could fight against it.
This wasn't of much use to Lin Jiufeng, but it was a superb trump card for the Unrivalled God Dynasty. This trump card could be of great use in the future.
It could also reduce some troublesome matters for Lin Jiufeng.
Lin Jiufeng decisively put away the soul of the immortal. He carried the little white cat and walked in the ruins of the primordial God Mountain. The previously black divine mountain had now shattered into ruins. What shattered too was the arrogance of the myriad races. Lin Jiufeng walked around and picked up 2 immortal artifacts. Previously, the golden-winged roc and the barbarian bear had attacked Lin Jiufeng with a few other 8th stage false immortals. During the process, they summoned their immortal artifacts to attack too. But they were no match for Lin Jiufeng and were instead easily killed, dying on the spot. However, the immortal artifacts weren't destroyed. They fell and landed in the ruins of the primordial God Mountain. Lin Jiufeng picked up the 2 immortal artifacts, which were a blade and a sword. The quality of these 2 weapons was quite good. After all, they were immortal artifacts. They were definitely much better than other magic treasures. But compared to the god-killing rod, they seemed to be inferior. The god-killing rod had developed its own intelligence and was filled with might, while these 2 immortal artifacts seemed a little rigid. This also explained why King Heaven, who hadn't transcended the 8th lightning tribulation, seemed to have a higher status than the other 8th stage false immortals. He could even decide the successor of the primordial God Mountain. The immortal artifact, God-killing rod, contributed quite a lot to King Heaven's status. But they are better than nothing. If I can't use them, I can give them to Emperor De to help the Unrivalled God Dynasty suppress the world. These are immortal artifacts after all, Lin Jiufeng said indifferently. He directly put them away and would hand them to Emperor De when the time came. Immortal artifacts weren't common goods. The primordial God Mountain only had 3 immortal artifacts. In the era of the myriad races, all of the immortal artifacts added up didn't even exceed 1,000 in number. This was enough to show how precious they were. Putting away the immortal artifacts, Lin Jiufeng continued to walk in the ruins of the primordial God Mountain. Passing the highest area, Lin Jiufeng walked continuously, observing and exploring. He explored from daytime to nighttime. Even though the outside world was already in an uproar because of the matter of Great Emperor Jiufeng exterminating the primordial God Mountain and the entire world was cheering for him, Lin Jiufeng completely ignored them. He just slowly fumbled around here. "What are you looking for?" the white cat asked curiously. "The location of the primordial God Mountain's library. There must be records of what happened 15,000 years ago in here." That was the era of the myriad races. The primordial God Mountain is also one of the top races of the era of the myriad races. "It doesn't make sense that they don't have a library," Lin Jiufeng replied. "Do you want to investigate these things?" the white cat asked. "That's right. I want to investigate the matters of the past properly. I have a feeling that the recovery of the spiritual energy in this era is far more complicated than the previous few times. The myriad races didn't descend in the past eras, and those hidden worlds didn't appear too. These are all questions not answered yet. If I figure them out, maybe I can figure out some of the secrets of the era of spiritual energy recovery." Lin Jiufeng told the little white cat honestly, not hiding anything from her. "Then, take a look at the place where those terrifying false immortals were locked up previously. See if the library is there," the white cat suggested. Lin Jiufeng nodded. He was having the same thought too. Right now, the only place where those things could be hidden in the primordial God Mountain was where these few ancestors lived in seclusion. Without hesitation, he directly arrived at the bottom of the endless abyss. After becoming stronger, he had no worries at all. He directly jumped down without worrying about other dangers. Other things weren't a danger to Lin Jiufeng now. Instead, to some people, Lin Jiufeng was the true danger.
Underneath the endless abyss was the deepest part of the primordial God Mountain. It had even gone deep underground. Here, Lin Jiufeng experienced darkness. Then, he saw the resplendent soul of the Earth's core. It was a huge area full of spiritual energy, formed by the gathering of thousands of the Earth's dragon's veins. Hence, this place was resplendent. The huge dragon veins in the surroundings were lifelike, like amber. They were fixed here by a huge amount of magic power and had no chance of leaving. The spiritual energy here was thousands of times that of the outside world. The white cat immediately opened her mouth and inhaled. Surging spiritual energy drowned her. So many, so dense, the white cat said in surprise. This is a suitable place for you to cultivate. You can absorb the spiritual energies locked here, Lin Jiufeng said to the little white cat. Everything in the surroundings was built by the golden-winged rock and the others. Their goal wasn't to absorb the spiritual energy but to cover their auras and prevent the outside world from sensing them. They had been sealed here for 15,000 years. Only in recent years did the myriad races recover and they also woke up. Then, the chains of order from the heavenly Tao descended from the sky and decisively locked them in place, preventing them from escaping. Don't you need it? The white cat asked curiously. At my realm, I don't need much spiritual energy anymore. What people of my realm need to comprehend next is Tao. Lin Jiufeng said. He put the little white cat down and let her absorb it herself. He observed the surroundings. The books of the primordial God Mountain are kept here. They look very abundant, Lin Jiufeng said. In the depths of the entangled dragon's veins, he saw some books floating. He walked over and raised his hand to pick one up. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng. Then, she started to frantically absorb the spiritual energy in the air through all the furs on her body. Lin Jiufeng's strength made her feel danger. She had to become stronger. She had to transform as soon as possible and accompany Lin Jiufeng as a woman, not a cat. Between a white cat and a cat-eared girl, all men would choose the cat-eared girl, right? The white cat was anxious to death. She had been unable to transform all this time and was a little desperate now. Now that she saw such a huge amount of spiritual energy, she naturally couldn't bear to let it go. Lin Jiufeng looked at the little white cat who was frantically absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. He calmly opened the book that he had discovered. These were the writings of the era of the myriad races. They recorded the birth of the primordial God Mountain, the legacy of the primordial God Mountain, the names of the successors of the primordial God Mountain, and some major events. It was a little troublesome to comprehend the writings, but Lin Jiufeng quickly recognized them all. He looked at them carefully and understood the establishment of the primordial God Mountain and how the era of the myriad races developed. It turns out that the early era of the myriad races also rose up from ruins. The book said that under the ruins of the world, there were gods teaching the Tao, ancient monoliths falling from the sky, and divine runes carved into the void, opening the path of cultivation for all living beings in the world. And the ones who gained the benefits first were the various wild beasts and strange creatures. The myriad races were born because of this, and only after the myriad races gained a stable foothold did the human race appear. The myriad races built an era upon the ruins until this era was overthrown, but there were no records of how it was destroyed. I need to read more books. Lin Jiufeng picked up the other books and started to read them silently. Then, a line of words suddenly appeared before his eyes. Do you want to sign in at the land of the dragon's veins? It's already past midnight? Lin Jiufeng muttered. He was now deep underground and couldn't see the changes in the sky. After a brief hesitation, he chose to agree. He shall sign in first and then continue to read the books. Chapter 268, The Secret of the Primordial God Mountain, Sign in Successful. Received Eye of Origin. These words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He suddenly felt a pain in his eyes. A scorching pain immediately engulfed his entire body. Humph. Previously, when he was struck by lightning tribulation, he didn't make a sound. But this time, Lin Jiufeng let out a muffled sound and sat down. It took him a while to recover. Eye of Origin.
It can see through falsehood, look directly at the source of all things, and eradicate all illusions. The introduction of the Eye of Origin only had this sentence. Lin Jiufeng blinked before he started to stand up. His originally black eyes had now become even more faint. He looked at the dragon's veins. They were originally a huge dragon's vein formed by countless amounts of spiritual energy gathered together, but what Lin Jiufeng saw now was the dragon's vein formed by the veins of the earth. Seeing through illusions and looking directly at the source. This was the power of the Eye of Origin. The dragon's vein itself had a lot of spiritual energy, but in essence, the dragon's vein existed deep in the earth. It was something that was condensed from the veins of the earth. The dragon's veins here were forcefully sealed here by the golden-winged rock and the others, causing a change to the veins of the earth. This was why there were thousands of dragon's veins here. In the future, illusions and other such things won't be effective against me anymore. Lin Jiufeng reached out and touched his eyes. In his eyes, he felt the heat of the Eye of Origin. In the very next moment, a blazing fire shot out from Lin Jiufeng's eyes. It was the fire of origin. Rumble. In a short moment, a dragon's vein was directly burned by Lin Jiufeng, leaving nothing behind. It's too powerful. Lin Jiufeng hurriedly restrained the power of the Eye of Origin. It was too powerful. The Eye of Origin contained the fire of origin, a fire that could burn anything. In a short second, the surroundings of Lin Jiufeng's eyes turned fiery red. Fortunately, after he restrained his strength, the fire of origin was also extinguished, so it didn't cause any harm to Lin Jiufeng. This fire of origin is too powerful. It's still not easy for me to control it now. When I become stronger and execute the fire of origin, I will be able to sustain it for a longer time, Lin Jiufeng said softly. He closed his eyes and opened them again. The faintly looking Eye of Origin had already disappeared, returning to the appearance of the black pupils. Lin Jiufeng had hidden the Eye of Origin. At critical moments, it could be used as a trump card. The commotion here also attracted the little white cat's attention. She raised her head to look. It's nothing. Continue to absorb the spiritual energy, there's no need to worry about me. Lin Jiufeng waved his hand at the little white cat, indicating that he was fine. Seeing this, the white cat once again entered the state of absorbing the spiritual energy. Lin Jiufeng moved on to read another book, studying its contents carefully. Regarding the Eye of Origin, he still needed to improve his strength and slowly adapt to it. Lin Jiufeng calmed down and focused on reading. The books in the Primordial God Mountain were all classic, none of them were redundant. They were originally a top race of the myriad races, so the information they gathered was very comprehensive. Hence, Lin Jiufeng completely immersed himself in them. He read books one after another carefully. In the end, he read more than 100 books and had a basic understanding of the myriad races. It turns out that the rise of the myriad races back then was driven by a force. The Primordial God Mountain said that there were gods teaching the Tao, ancient monoliths fell, and there were also divine runes carved into the void. From these, the intelligent creatures of the myriad races comprehended supreme cultivation methods and then started to rule the world. More importantly, the Primordial God Mountain wasn't the first batch of beings to reap these benefits. They belonged to the second batch to rise up. The first race that rose to power after seeing those things back then were reputed to be the number one race, the true nobility of the myriad races. After this race saw these items, they took them for themselves and were unwilling to spread them. Therefore, the number one race was the most powerful and mysterious existence in the era of the myriad races. Among the second batch of rising factions were the Valley of Gods, the Dreamcloud Lake, the barbarians of the northern region, the Kunlun Mountains, and the Primordial God Mountain. Among them, the Primordial God Mountain reigns supreme. At their peak, the Primordial God Mountain had several 9th-stage false immortals and hundreds of 8th-stage false immortals. This was a very overbearing force. They openly challenged the number one race. Then, a series of battles ensued. Lin Jiufeng saw this record in the book. During the era of the myriad races, the different races weren't united either. Each race had its own plans. They knew their own advantages very well in their hearts. The number one race was very powerful. Facing the provocation of the primordial god mountain, the number 1 race gave the primordial god mountain a deep lesson. The primordial god mountain absorbed this lesson and worked hard to nurture powerhouses. This faction comprehended the great Tao of the totem, and a mammoth totem appeared. The mammoth totem was an existence that was even more powerful than a ninth-stage false immortal, meaning that its power was comparable to the legendary immortals. Relying on the might of the mammoth totem, the primordial god mountain fought with the number 1 race. This battle was very intense. When the battle reached its climax, the number 1 race joined forces and almost destroyed the primordial god mountain. At that time, the primordial god mountain was in grave danger and was about to be wiped out. Just like now, they were also acting as the vanguard at that time. The factions such as the Dreamcloud Lake, the Kunlun Mountains, and the Valley of Gods were the allies of the primordial god mountain, but they watched coldly from the side, not wanting to participate in the battle. At that time, the primordial god mountain really had no way out. They forcefully started battling with the number 1 race. But after fighting for less than a month, the primordial god mountain suffered heavy losses. On the contrary, the number 1 race was still fighting with ease. At this moment, the primordial god mountain encountered a benefactor. God of Darkness. This was the powerhouse who had lived in seclusion behind the scenes all this time in the primordial god mountain. He was guiding them from behind the scenes and suppressed the number 1 race in the eye of the North Sea. The primordial god mountain was originally about to be defeated and escape. But who would have thought that it would actually defeat the number 1 race and suppress it, banishing the number 1 race to the outer realm of the world? Then, the second batch of races quickly grew in a barbaric manner, pushing the era of the myriad races to a new height. Over time, everyone acknowledged that this group of races from the primordial god mountain was the most powerful among the myriad races. As for the number 1 race, what was that? After a long time passed, the number 1 race had no reputation at all. The status of the primordial god mountain was directly raised infinitely, becoming the standard for the myriad races. This was the history of the primordial god mountain. What Lin Jiufeng was most concerned about was that when the primordial god mountain was in conflict with the number 1 race, a god came and pulled the primordial god mountain back from the brink of destruction. Then, the primordial god mountain used this god to suppress the number 1 race. It also declared itself as the hope of the myriad races. Which god is this? Lin Jiufeng was more curious about this. In any case, the books that he was reading now clearly recorded how the primordial god mountain operated, how it encountered the god of darkness, and how this god saved the primordial god mountain. But these books didn't introduce the origins of this god. What did this god do to empower the primordial god mountain, causing the entire number 1 race to be exiled? Could this god be from the god race? Lin Jiufeng had a flash of inspiration and guessed. Chapter 269, Descending into the Kunlun Mountains. There was too little information about the god race. Lin Jiufeng didn't know anything about them at all. In this world, very few people knew about the god race. Lin Jiufeng only learned about them after signing in for the 12 music of the gods. Then, he encountered the King of Gods during the 7 days of learning the Tao. She was one of the 7 supreme powerhouses, which meant that she was really very powerful. Therefore, the god race she was from should also be very powerful. At the very least, the god race should be stronger than the myriad races. After Lin Jiufeng finished reading the books here, he still didn't gain much useful information. There were very few records of the god of darkness in the primordial god mountain. After a few mentions, the author stopped talking about the god of darkness, making Lin Jiufeng speechless. I shouldn't have killed them all. I got too excited and killed them all. It's impossible to explore the secrets of the primordial god mountain now. It's a little regretful. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. After reading the books, he had nothing else to do. The spiritual energy from the dragon's veins here wasn't very useful to Lin Jiufeng, but it was very useful to the little white cat. If she were to absorb all the spiritual energy in this place, her cultivation base would at least rise by several stages. Hence, Lin Jiufeng didn't disturb her. At the very least, he set up a sealing array here to ensure that no one would come in and disturb the little white cat. This sealing array was Lin Jiufeng's specialty in the past. As he became stronger step by step, the might of this sealing array also increased steadily. Moreover, a false immortal who hadn't transcended 9 lightning tribulations would be unable to break through the seal. Among the myriad races, were there any false immortals who had transcended 9 lightning tribulations? Lin Jiufeng suspected that there was none. Even the primordial god mountain didn't have a 9th stage false immortal. How could it be that the other races would have? The top powerhouses of the myriad races have disappeared, Lin Jiufeng said to himself. He looked at the little white cat that was surrounded by the spiritual energy of the dragon's veins and turned to leave. He would let her absorb it quietly. Lin Jiufeng wanted to investigate this matter thoroughly. He knew too little about the myriad races. Lin Jiufeng planned to visit the various races. On the one hand, it was to suppress these races and tell them to coexist with the humans in this era. They mustn't treat themselves as superior to others and should just cultivate quietly. They mustn't cause trouble every few days. The primordial god mountain was the outcome of all those who planned to cause trouble. On the other hand, it was because he wanted to ask about some things regarding the myriad races. These things had troubled Lin Jiufeng for a long time. Now that he had time and strength, he naturally had to figure it out. After exiting the core of the earth, Lin Jiufeng saw that the sky in the outside world had already darkened. He walked out of the ruins of the primordial god mountain and headed straight for the closest race of the myriad races. The races of the Kunlun Mountains. The area where the Kunlun Mountains were located was 20,000 miles away from the primordial god mountain. Compared to the other races, it was already considered very close. Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry to travel this time. He maintained an average speed, and along the way, he could take a look at the current appearance of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. After being in seclusion for 7 years, Lin Jiufeng didn't know much about the changes in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. But along the way, he could clearly feel that the common people were living and working in peace. There was an excited mood everywhere. Perhaps it was because Lin Jiufeng had just destroyed the primordial god mountain. With his absolutely terrifying strength, he transcended the tribulation with one hand and exterminated the enemy with the other, bringing great shock to the common people of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Even though a day had passed, this excitement still didn't dissipate. Everyone was praising Great Emperor Jiufeng. He had become their fervent faith. As long as Great Emperor Jiufeng was around, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty wouldn't be wiped out. This was already a consensus. The common people lived and worked in peace. The old were fed and the young were supported. This was the way it should be for the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Even though the outside world was constantly changing and there were countless powerhouses, it didn't affect the interior of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Emperor De continued to implement reforms in all aspects. Be it lifestyle, food, shelter, or transportation, the reforms were all extremely smooth. Especially now that Lin Jiufeng had come out of seclusion, displayed his might, and suppressed the world, no one dared to stop Emperor De's reforms. Lin Jiufeng observed for a while before walking towards the Kunlun Mountains with a smile. Previously, the emergence of the Kunlun Mountains had caused a lot of commotion. The people in the surrounding 1,000 miles had already been evacuated. Now, this place was still empty. But compared to back then, the major races of the Kunlun Mountains were very quiet. They also knew that the Xuanhuang God Dynasty wasn't to be trifled with. The primordial god mountain had been destroyed. Although the races in the Kunlun Mountains felt that they weren't weak, could they defeat Great Emperor Jiufeng? They couldn't. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons fell silent. Those true dragons had personally seen how Lin Jiufeng destroyed the primordial god mountain. They didn't want to be the first to act and test the water. When Lin Jiufeng stepped into the Kunlun Mountains, his first feeling was that all the major races here were living quietly. They didn't dare to offend the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Especially when the aftershocks of the destruction of the primordial god mountain had yet to dissipate. By the time Lin Jiufeng walked to the Kunlun Mountains, another day had passed. A line of words suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Do you want to sign in at the Kunlun Mountains? Sign in, Lin Jiufeng said. This was his first time coming to the Kunlun Mountains. He wanted to see what he could sign into. Sign in successful.
Received the immortal technique, Kunlun sword technique. Sign in successful. Received the immortal technique, Kunlun sword technique. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. This came at just the right time. His current cultivation techniques couldn't even keep up with his cultivation base. After the cultivation technique level was the treasure skill level. After the treasure skill level was the immortal technique level. Lin Jiufeng already had many treasure skills. Now that he had obtained the Kunlun sword technique, his strength had increased by a little. Boom! A piece of memory, along with the Kunlun sword technique, was completely integrated into Lin Jiufeng's memory. In an instant, Lin Jiufeng mastered the Kunlun sword technique. He also knew the origins of the Kunlun sword technique. This sword technique created by a Kunlun immortal was extremely powerful. In the era of the myriad races, the Kunlun sword technique once shone brightly in the world. But with the disappearance of the Kunlun immortal, this sword technique also disappeared. The Kunlun immortal wasn't a false immortal like Lin Jiufeng. He was a true immortal who had undergone 9 lightning tribulations and crossed the Dragon Gate to become an immortal. This sword technique was naturally very terrifying. After Lin Jiufeng signed in after learning this technique, he looked in a direction. Nest of 10,000 dragons. Under the cover of Lin Jiufeng's huge spiritual consciousness, he could see everything in the Kunlun Mountains. There were quite a number of powerhouses in the Kunlun Mountains, but what interested Lin Jiufeng the most were the true dragons trapped by the chains of order in the nest of 10,000 dragons. I didn't expect that there would be dragons in this world. Lin Jiufeng muttered to himself. These weren't ordinary mixed blood dragons that only had a little bloodline of the true dragons mixed in their blood. They were true members of the dragon race, and the bloodline in their bodies was pure. First stop, nest of 10,000 dragons. Lin Jiufeng raised his hand. Using his finger as a sword, he slashed out. The Kunlun sword technique cut through the air and headed straight for the nest of 10,000 dragons. It transformed into a huge sword that ruthlessly inserted itself into the core area of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Here, there were a few sealed true dragons. Boom! As the sword skill landed, the true dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons were enraged. They roared, "Who dares to be so arrogant and provoke our nest of 10,000 dragons? It's me!" Lin Jiufeng's calm voice sounded. He took a step forward and entered the nest of 10,000 dragons. The nest of 10,000 dragons was completely vulnerable to him. As soon as Lin Jiufeng appeared, the interior of the nest of 10,000 dragons instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at the white-robed Lin Jiufeng with horror in their eyes. Great Emperor Jiufeng's reputation was too terrifying. He had just destroyed the primordial god mountain. Could it be that he wanted to destroy their nest of 10,000 dragons now? Greetings, Great Emperor Jiufeng. I'm sorry for not going out to greet you. I ask for your understanding. May I know why you have come to the nest of 10,000 dragons in the Kunlun Mountains? The others were afraid, but Big Sister Divine Silkworm walked over and looked at Lin Jiufeng with a smile. She asked cordially and elegantly. Chapter 270, Kunlun Immortal. Big Sister Divine Silkworm had always found Lin Jiufeng amazing. She was also the person who understood Lin Jiufeng the most among the myriad races. Hence, while the others were frightened by Lin Jiufeng's strike and didn't dare to move, she could deal with it calmly. Because Big Sister Divine Silkworm knew that the nest of 10,000 dragons had always been very low-key. They didn't offend the Xuanhuang God Dynasty nor did they slaughter the humans. Therefore, Great Emperor Jiufeng had no reason to find trouble with the nest of 10,000 dragons. Moreover, Great Emperor Jiufeng wasn't a person who would kill indiscriminately. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty had always appeared very gentle. She was quite confident in her heart that Lin Jiufeng wasn't here to find trouble, so she could face him elegantly. At this moment, when the others in the nest of 10,000 dragons saw Big Sister Divine Silkworm step forward, they instantly felt a sense of reliance. Just as the people of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty relied on Great Emperor Jiufeng, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons also relied a lot on Big Sister Divine Silkworm. Lin Jiufeng looked at the woman in front of him who was like a lotus flower. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Her cultivation base wasn't low,
and she gave Lin Jiufeng a mysterious feeling. The Nest of 10,000 Dragons was also a top faction in the era of the myriad races. I took the liberty of coming here today because I want to understand the era of the myriad races through you all, Lin Jiufeng said calmly. His words were calm, but the people of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons didn't dare to be careless. However, when everyone heard that Lin Jiufeng only wanted to understand the era of the myriad races, they all heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't here to find trouble with the Nest of 10,000 Dragons, everything else wasn't a problem.
Huang Xian'er stood behind Big Sister Divine Silkworm and looked at the terrifying sword energy that was slowly dissipating in the distance. She muttered in her heart, if you use this sword energy to pave the way, no matter where you go, no one will object to whatever you want, right? Would the people who objected be killed with one strike by him? Looking at the gentle-looking Lin Jiufeng who looked like an elegant prince, Huang Xian'er thought of Princess Yulin. They really looked alike. As expected of being from the same lineage. Huang Xian'er sighed in her heart. She felt that the dream of suppressing Princess Yulin beneath her had been completely destroyed. With the fanaticism of the people of the world towards Great Emperor Jiufeng, there was no need for the various races to investigate on their own. The common people of the Unrivalled God Dynasty had clever people who found some clues and then straightened out Lin Jiufeng's life. When he was in his teens, he was the crown prince of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Then, he was trapped by love and made a huge mistake. He was banished to the cold palace to reflect on himself and cultivate wholeheartedly. He quickly rose to power in the era of the recovery of spiritual energy. He was Emperor Yuan's biological brother, Emperor Ming's biological uncle, and the big grand-uncle of Emperor Dai and Princess Yulin. He was the guardian of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. This information was no longer a big secret. No one knew what Huang Xian'er muttered in her heart. When Lin Jiufeng revealed his motive, Big Sister Divine Silkworm immediately smiled and said, since the great emperor is willing to understand the myriad races, the Nest of 10,000 Dragons naturally won't be stingy with the information. Please come in and have a seat, we will answer your questions. Big Sister Divine Silkworm graciously invited Lin Jiufeng in and sat down. She led the way and entered the interior of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. At this moment, the night had passed and the morning light surged. It was bright red and golden, illuminating the interior of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons, causing the yellow soil to shine. Lin Jiufeng followed Big Sister Divine Silkworm and walked for a few miles into the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. He heard the sound of flowing water in front of him. Then, he passed through a large dense forest, and the lush greenery directly entered his eyes. In front of him, there were green plants everywhere. In the forest, there was a lake that was as clear as sapphire. It was carved here, like a tear from an immortal. It was very beautiful. On the shore of the lake, a large area of plants grew with vigor. Together with the huge ancient trees around them, their branches stretched into the sky. There were also thick vines that resembled dragons crawling all over the place. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng sniffed lightly. All sorts of flowers and plants were giving off fragrant scents, refreshing and beautiful. It was very pleasing to the eyes. The green mountain peak was covered in ancient pines and strange stones. There were also waterfalls that cascaded down 3,000 feet. After crossing the Sapphire Lake, they finally arrived at a place shrouded in fog. The surroundings were quiet, and a large number of palaces stood here, looking like celestial palaces. These palaces were either built on the mountaintops or in front of the waterfalls. This was the core area of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons. Lin Jiufeng took a look. The Eye of Origin discovered that beneath these buildings were a few true dragons locked by the chains of order. They were waiting there solemnly. Who didn't know of the great Emperor Jiufeng's prestige now? Although he looked very calm now, if he suddenly turned hostile, wouldn't the Nest of 10,000 Dragons be in trouble? They had to be on guard against this. Lin Jiufeng smiled silently. He didn't mind their actions at all. He looked at Big Sister Divine Silkworm indifferently. Big Sister Divine Silkworm invited Lin Jiufeng to take a seat. Then, she clapped her hands and various delicacies, spirit fruits, and good wine were served one after another. It's our honor that great Emperor Jiufeng, the #1 powerhouse in the world,
can come to our nest of 10,000 dragons. Let me toast to you, great emperor. Big Sister Divine Silkworm raised her wine cup and drank it down elegantly. Lin Jiufeng also drank the wine in one gulp and asked, "What's your identity in the nest of 10,000 dragons?" "My true form is a divine silkworm, so everyone calls me Big Sister Divine Silkworm. I have the final say in everything that happens in the nest of 10,000 dragons. I also know the matters of the myriad races very well. If you have any questions, I will tell you everything I know. I definitely won't dare to deceive you," Big Sister Divine Silkworm guaranteed. "In that case, can you tell me how the myriad races were born?" Lin Jiufeng asked softly. Big Sister Divine Silkworm thought for a while and said, "The birth of the myriad races is actually a choice. According to the records of the ancestors of our nest of 10,000 dragons, at that time, the world was in ruins. It seemed to have been destroyed by someone and nothing existed anymore. There were only some wild beasts with low intelligence that developed into different races. I don't know how much time had passed, but divine runes descended from the sky, gods appeared and imparted the Tao, and a heavenly monolith fell. It brought with it a method to understand the ways of the world. Some clever creatures comprehended a little of this knowledge and became intellectual. They began to cultivate and then slowly gathered together for support, forming the myriad races," Big Sister Divine Silkworm said. Lin Jiufeng listened silently. This was no different from the records of the primordial god mountain, which meant that this was true. The myriad races rose up from a world of ruins. It was like they had survived a calamity. Why was the world in ruins? Lin Jiufeng asked. No one knows about this problem. Back then, there were also people who investigated the reason. But because some people suddenly died, the information was mixed. No one knew whether it was true or false, so no one dared to confirm it. As time passed, more and more people stopped investigating the reason. But someone in the ancestors of our nest of 10,000 dragons investigated and left us some information, Big Sister Divine Silkworm said. What information? Lin Jiufeng asked. After the catastrophe, we will be able to see new life. A brand new world will be built on the old sufferings. History will be buried, and no one will know about it. Big Sister Divine Silkworm said slowly. Lin Jiufeng kept looking at Big Sister Divine Silkworm. The eye of origin in his eyes also kept looking at her. He could tell that she wasn't lying and that what she said was true. What do you mean by that? Lin Jiufeng raised his brows and asked. The meaning of this sentence is just as it says, but no one knows what the core meaning is. That ancestor has always been exploring this secret, but he suddenly never returned one day. It is a huge loss for our nest of 10,000 dragons. Big Sister Divine Silkworm sighed and said. What's the name of that senior? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Kunlun Immortal. Big Sister Divine Silkworm said faintly. Lin Jiufeng's eyelids twitched. He picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He had just signed in for the Kunlun sword technique, and now he already encountered information about the Kunlun Immortal. Chapter 271, The Generous Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng didn't expect that the Kunlun Immortal who created the Kunlun sword technique was actually the ancestor of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Nothing was more coincidental in the world than this. Is this Kunlun Immortal very powerful? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. He's very powerful. When he was still around, the Kunlun Mountains belonged to our nest of 10,000 dragons alone. Moreover, he rose to power at the beginning of the change between the old and new eras. He participated in a series of battles and is really an immortal. Big Sister Divine Silkworm said. Since he's so powerful, why did he suddenly disappear with no trace to be found? Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. I don't know. Some people say that someone from the primordial god mountain ambushed him. Some people also say that he violated the heavens and was punished by the heavenly tribulation. The departure of this ancestor happened without any warning. As a result, his supreme Kunlun sword technique also disappeared. Our nest of 10,000 dragons suffered a devastating decline. Big Sister Divine Silkworm sighed. Lin Jiufeng's expression was calm. He thought to himself that he had already learned the Kunlun sword technique, and it was indeed a shocking sword technique. It was a supreme immortal technique. But Lin Jiufeng didn't reveal anything at all. Instead, he was more curious and asked, "What has the disappearance of the Kunlun immortal got to do with the primordial god mountain?" In the most glorious era of the myriad races, the primordial god mountain had always regarded itself as the leader of the myriad races. There were countless powerhouses under their command, and they also had the support of the god of darkness. They were domineering and wanted to rule the myriad races. But this ancestor of ours appeared out of nowhere and broke the arrogance of the primordial god mountain. With his own strength, he defeated the primordial god mountain. Perhaps this is the reason why the primordial god mountain hates our nest of 10,000 dragons. After this ancestor left, the primordial god mountain decisively attacked us, causing the nest of 10,000 dragons to suffer heavy losses. We lost control of the Kunlun mountains and could only hide in a corner and slowly develop. On the surface, we agreed to reconcile with the primordial god mountain and paid a certain price to not be wiped out. Big Sister Divine Silkworm sighed and said, "I see. In that case, the primordial god mountain was very powerful. Then, why has it become so weak now?" Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. When he destroyed the primordial god mountain, it didn't take him much effort. This is probably related to an unforeseen event in the later stages of the primordial god mountain, but I don't know the specific reason. Because of that event, the era of the myriad races ended, and the tide of spiritual energy also appeared. A decline in spiritual energy would happen every few thousand years. Some immortals might know the reason for that incident, but we weren't sure what happened back then. I was directly sealed and only reappeared in this era. Big Sister Divine Silkworm shook her head. "I see." Lin Jiufeng pondered and asked, "Then who knows? Perhaps, the true dragons in our nest of 10,000 dragons know." Big Sister Divine Silkworm hesitated for a while and said, "The true dragons trapped by the chains of order?" Lin Jiufeng pointed at a huge mountain in the distance. The interior of the mountain had been hollowed out, and there were true dragons entrenched inside. Their bodies were shackled by the chains of order, so they could only move around in a small area. They were unable to break free from the shackles and roam the sky. Yes, these true dragons were adopted by that ancestor. They were brought back when they were very young and have been raised by him. They have lived for a long time and should know quite a lot. Big Sister Divine Silkworm nodded. "Can you invite them out and help me solve my doubts?" Lin Jiufeng asked. They are trapped by the chains of order and can't come out," Big Sister Divine Silkworm said awkwardly. "It's fine. As long as they are willing to solve my doubts, I'm willing to help them escape. You know that it's very easy for me to break the chains of order," Lin Jiufeng said confidently. Roar! Just as Lin Jiufeng finished speaking, a dragon's roar sounded from the mountain. It sounded very excited. "Great Emperor Jiufeng, are you serious?" Big Sister Divine Silkworm stood up in surprise. "Of course. I'm here to understand and find answers. As long as I'm satisfied, casually cutting off the chains of order is nothing to me." Lin Jiufeng nodded calmly. He wasn't afraid of these 8th-stage false immortals being released. Anyone who dared to rebel would be suppressed with a flip of his palm. "Great Emperor Jiufeng, please come in for a chat." A voice came from the mountain. It was very respectful. The true dragon also knew the severity of the matter. They couldn't afford to offend Lin Jiufeng. Big Sister Divine Silkworm also stood up and invited Lin Jiufeng over. "You will definitely gain something useful from interacting face-to-face with a true dragon." Lin Jiufeng followed Big Sister Divine Silkworm into the interior of the mountain. Sure enough, the interior of the mountain had been hollowed out. From the top, it looked bottomless. The aura of dragon flames could be seen, and the sound of chains clashing could be heard. Lin Jiufeng slowly floated down after Big Sister Divine Silkworm. Roar! A black true dragon flew out of the darkness. Its body was entangled with milky white shackles, wanting to drag him down. But he still flew out. His huge body surrounded Lin Jiufeng and Sister Divine Silkworm. The huge dragon head faced Lin Jiufeng. Great Emperor Jiufeng is indeed worthy of being the son of destiny of this era. Your terrifying strength is something that others can't compare to, the black dragon lamented. He smelled the destiny energy on Lin Jiufeng's body and clicked his tongue in wonder. Lin Jiufeng looked at this huge black dragon who carried a hypocritical mask. He cracked a smile and said, "Tell me, why did the era of myriad races disappear in the long river of history? Also, what has this matter got to do with the primordial god mountain? Where did the top powerhouses of the primordial god mountain go?" The black dragon circled around Lin Jiufeng and said slowly, "There is no concrete news about how the myriad races were destroyed, but it seems that something collided with this world, causing it to tremble. Mountains and tsunamis swept through the world like a storm. The powerhouses all felt despair. Even the real immortals were unable to change the situation back then. As a last resort, everyone began to seal themselves and waited for the next opportunity to re-emerge. Something struck this world?" Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. At that time, the world shook, the stars fell, and the void collapsed. There was also a green-colored claw of a behemoth in the sky as if it wanted to destroy this world. We had no choice but to choose to seal ourselves. An azure dragon also flew up, bringing with it the sound of the chains of order. The claws of a behemoth, Lin Jiufeng pondered. Then, what has this got to do with the primordial god mountain? Lin Jiufeng continued to ask. "I'm not sure about that, but according to our guesses, the powerhouses of the primordial god mountain went to participate in that matter and never returned," the azure dragon said. He and the black dragon each took one side and surrounded Lin Jiufeng and big sister divine silkworm. At that time, your nest of 10,000 dragons was the only master of the Kunlun Mountains and could be considered to be very powerful. Then, why were you forced into such a miserable state by the primordial god mountain?" Lin Jiufeng was very curious, so he asked. "Because the primordial god mountain had its own perfected immortal and also a powerhouse who was secretly protecting them. They were very vigilant. Since we had lost our perfected immortal, we naturally pretended that nothing happened." The green dragon explained tirelessly. Chapter 272, Winged Dragon. The nest of 10,000 dragons had lost the Kunlun immortal, so they were living a very aggrieved life. They had to endure it. Facing the overbearingness of the primordial god mountain, they had no choice. The primordial god mountain at that time was much stronger than it was now. The peak powerhouses were all present, enough to suppress the myriad races. After suppressing the number one race in Eye of the North Sea, the primordial god mountain became the leader of the myriad races. Then, they replaced the number one race and impeded the development of the other races. Whatever the number one race had done, the primordial god mountain copied. Not only that, but the primordial god mountain even intensified their actions. The hero who slew the dragon became the evil dragon in the end. When Big Sister Divine Silkworm mentioned this, her expression turned ugly. The black dragon spat out dragon flames that exploded in the air, forming beautiful ripples that surged in all directions. The primordial god mountain could be said to have monopolized the information of the higher-ups of the myriad races back then. Although some races are said to be on par with the primordial god mountain, in reality, we were just like the primordial god mountain's subordinates. No matter how unwilling we are, there's nothing we can do. After all, we have to survive. The azure dragon also said angrily, "The nest of 10,000 dragons occupies the Kunlun Mountains and has always focused on developing our strength. It wasn't easy for us to produce a perfected immortal. After our ancestor, the Kunlun immortal, reached the perfected immortal realm, we thought that we could work hard and continue to improve our strength, but in reality, we've been targeted by the primordial god mountain. The disappearance of this ancestor must have something to do with the primordial god mountain." "Do you have evidence?" Lin Jiufeng asked calmly. The nest of 10,000 dragons hated the primordial god mountain to death. In the matter regarding the Kunlun immortal, the primordial god mountain was indeed the most suspicious. But if they insisted without evidence, Lin Jiufeng would instead look down on the nest of 10,000 dragons. Nothing could be accomplished by just relying on anger. Lin Jiufeng hoped that the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons would understand this. Rumble. After Lin Jiufeng asked, a red-winged dragon flew out. She was female, but her aura was even more violent than the other two dragons. Although she was also an 8th stage false immortal, her aura suppressed the black and green dragons. In reality, when these two dragons saw the red-winged dragon, they respectfully retreated to the side. Big Sister Divine Silkworm shouted in surprise, "Sister Winged Dragon!" Winged Dragon's huge body was also locked by the chains of order. Moreover, they were even tighter than the other dragons, but it wasn't difficult for her to move her body at all. "Greetings, Great Emperor Jiufeng." Although the red-winged dragon rushed up aggressively, her attitude was very low-key. She greeted Lin Jiufeng first. "You rushed out because you have evidence?" Lin Jiufeng asked calmly. His hands were placed behind his back. Although his body was inconspicuous in front of the red-winged dragon, she didn't dare to underestimate this great Emperor Jiufeng at all. "Yes, I do have evidence. Back when the Kunlun immortal was still alive, he was with me during his last moment." Winged Dragon's huge dragon head was like a house, and her eyes were like huge lanterns that flew into the sky. "At that time, I was still a dragon egg. Moreover, I was born weak, lacking in my source energy, fated to become a weakling. In fact, it's not just me. The few true dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons were all brought out by the Kunlun immortal from the mystic realm and then hatched. That's why we were born in this world. And according to what I know, in the current world, we are the only true dragons. The legend of the dragon race has been confirmed because of our birth. If it weren't for us, probably no one would have believed in the legend of the dragon race long ago." Winged Dragon explained tirelessly. Big Sister Divine Silkworm and the other dragons listened silently. "Then what did you hear from him?" Lin Jiufeng asked. Winged Dragon hovered in the air, reminiscing with a peaceful expression. "These other true dragons hatched earlier than me. In the end, the Kunlun immortal focused on accompanying me and helping me get rid of the impurities and filth in my dragon egg. During that period of time, I was unable to speak, but my consciousness had already been born. I often heard the Kunlun immortal sighing. He was very lonely. He often had his hands behind his back as he looked up at the starry sky and sighed alone. He said that he was born in the wrong era and wasn't able to descend at the time where he was most needed. And during that final period of time, the Kunlun immortal became more and more silent. After he helped me solve my genetic problem, before leaving the Kunlun Mountains, he told me to guard the nest of 10,000 dragons well. He said that he was going to clear up some troubles for the people of the future." Winged Dragon said with a tinge of memory. She seemed to have returned to that year, that time, that age. That man was standing in front of her, reaching out and plucking the stars. He was really an immortal of the mortal realm, not a fake immortal like the false immortals. "Clean up some troubles for the people of the future?" Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. "Does this trouble refer to the primordial sacred mountain?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "Of course. Back then, there were 5 immortals presiding over the primordial god mountain. They were definitely terrifying. And this was only on the surface. No one knows how many immortals the primordial god mountain had in secret, but even so, the Kunlun immortal still resolutely went to clear up some troubles for the people of the future." Winged Dragon said. "How did he clean it up?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Winged Dragon had never shared this past with anyone. Big Sister Divine Silkworm didn't know of this, nor did the other true dragons know. Everyone looked at her together. They were very curious. How exactly did the Kunlun immortal clean up the primordial god mountain? "I don't know either, but the Kunlun immortal said something about a place." Winged Dragon shook her head. "What place?" Lin Jiufeng looked at her calmly. "Eye of the North Sea." Winged Dragon said slowly. The others watched in surprise. To the myriad races, this was definitely a restricted area. Wasn't the Eye of the North Sea sealed by the God of Darkness? Even if a 9th stage false immortal were to enter that place, he would still be trapped there and get killed. The Kunlun ancestor also left a letter saying we mustn't enter the Eye of the North Sea. "That is a restricted area for humans," the Black Dragon said in shock. "That's indeed the case. All the races had tried to enter the eye of the North Sea, but everyone failed. Only then did we believe that it was a restricted area. Big Sister Divine Silkworm nodded and said, I'm not sure about this, but the Kunlun Immortal won't say empty words. Since he said so, it must have something to do with the eye of the North Sea. If Great Emperor Jiufeng is interested in this matter, you can investigate the eye of the North Sea. If you can find out where the Kunlun Immortal went in the end, our nest of 10,000 dragons will guarantee to unite the Kunlun Mountains and then submit to the Yuhua God Dynasty. We will agree to the rule of the Yuhua God Dynasty and abide by all the rules of the Yuhua God Dynasty, Winged Dragon said solemnly. With these words, the other true dragons stopped talking. Although they were dissatisfied and didn't want to be controlled by others, nor were they willing to listen to a weak race like the human race, Winged Dragon had a very high status among them, so everyone had to listen. The true dragons looked at Big Sister Divine Silkworm. Big Sister Divine Silkworm's status in the nest of 10,000 dragons wasn't any lower than Winged Dragon's. If she didn't agree, then Winged Dragon couldn't do anything about it either. But who knew that after thinking for a while, Big Sister Divine Silkworm nodded and said, I agree with Sister Winged Dragon. As long as Great Emperor Jiufeng discovers the information of the Kunlun Immortal, our nest of 10,000 dragons will bring the entire Kunlun Mountains along and join the Yuhua God Dynasty. Alright, I agree, but how can I believe that you guys can unite the Kunlun Mountains? After all, you guys have been divided for so many years, Lin Jiufeng asked. Great Emperor Jiufeng, you might not know this. Since I was born till now, I have never really shown my might to the outside world. Although I can't compare to 1% of the Kunlun Immortal's strength, it's still more than enough to deal with the other races in the Kunlun Mountains. As long as there's news of the Kunlun Immortal, I will personally take action to unite them and offer the entire Kunlun Mountains to the Yuhua God Dynasty, Winged Dragon guaranteed. This guarantee satisfied Lin Jiufeng. Chapter 273, 5 Decay of the Celestial Being. Lin Jiufeng made a deal with the nest of 10,000 dragons. As for the eye of the North Sea, he was quite interested in exploring it. But Big Sister Divine Silkworm told Lin Jiufeng, Great Emperor Jiufeng, you're indeed very powerful now, and you have invincible strength, but please be careful. The eye of the North Sea is really dangerous, there's no need to rush in completing our agreement. Lin Jiufeng nodded and said, I know. I will go take a look after I transcend the 9th lightning tribulation. But Winged Dragon suddenly said, Great Emperor Jiufeng, the 9th lightning tribulation has another name, the life and death tribulation. It's very terrifying. Life and death tribulation? Lin Jiufeng looked at Winged Dragon in surprise. In the false immortal realm, the 9th lightning tribulation is a special existence. I wonder if Great Emperor Jiufeng knows about this. Winged Dragon countered with a question. Please enlighten me. Lin Jiufeng lowered his status and humbly asked for guidance. There are 9 lightning tribulations in the false immortal realm. For the first 8 lightning tribulations, you will become slightly stronger for passing each one. Your strength will continue to stack until the 9th lightning tribulation. The 9th lightning tribulation of the false immortal realm is called the 5 Decay of the Celestial Being. First decay, the body of filth. The body of a cultivator is constantly tempered and gets stronger when the cultivation base increases. When the great calamity comes, the body will create filth in it. Second decay, the shrinking of the cultivation technique. The cultivation technique that you have cultivated all your life, the supreme cultivation technique that is so powerful that it can shake the void, will shrink under the great calamity, its might will greatly decrease. Third decay, sealing off the spiritual perception. Your spiritual consciousness will be locked in your body under the great calamity. All your comprehension of the outside world will be cut off. For cultivators who are used to using their spiritual consciousness to comprehend the world, this is tantamount to being blind. Fourth decay, the stink of the primordial spirit. After experiencing the baptism of the mortal world and the strike of the lightning tribulation, the primordial spirit was already tempered. Under the great calamity, the primordial spirit will be locked in the spirit platform and suddenly stinks. It will no longer have any other use. Fifth decay, the Tao fruit. From the beginning of cultivation to this realm, a person who was once mortal now carried a terrifying Tao fruit and could roam the world freely. This is the most dangerous tribulation. It will crush the Dao fruit and make you wish you were dead. Winged Dragon explained in detail to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng frowned. The 5 decay of the celestial being sounded very terrifying. The 5 decay of the celestial being, doesn't this mean that this stage is the weakest among all the stages of the false immortal realm? Lin Jiufeng frowned and asked. That's right. Everyone thinks that after a false immortal passes the 9th lightning tribulation of the false immortal realm, he should be at his strongest. But the opposite is true. After transcending the 9th lightning tribulation of the false immortal realm, not only will you not become stronger, but you will instead be directly weakened. If the 5 decay is slightly more severe, you won't even be able to defeat a stage 1 false immortal. Winged Dragon nodded and said. This is because after passing the 9th lightning tribulation, you will appear to be at your strongest, but you are actually very weak. The cycle of yin and yang conforms to the great Tao of heaven and earth, Winged Dragon added. Since that's the case, then I have to quickly transcend this last tribulation. Lin Jiufeng frowned and thought. He calculated the time in his heart and realized that he had to make use of the current situation and transcend the 9th tribulation as soon as possible. He had just destroyed the primordial God Mountain and intimidated the world. The myriad races were really afraid this time and wouldn't dare to offend the Xuanhuang God Dynasty again. Emperor De's reforms continued to go deeper. In all aspects, children, old people, women, men, disabled people, and powerful cultivators were all a part of this society. Protecting each of them from being bullied and being able to live peacefully was Emperor De's goal. He abolished the slave system, disbanded the palace maids and servants, enacted the law of marriage, and so on. All of these were starting to be carried out. Many people in this era thought that it was absurd, unconstrained, and violating the laws of their ancestors. They were very dissatisfied, but under the pressure of great Emperor Jiufeng, they didn't dare to resist. The people of the world were like this, so the people of the myriad races should probably be feeling the same way. If Lin Jiufeng wanted to tide through the weakest step of the false immortal realm, he had to seize the opportunity. Now that the powerhouses of the world were hiding and not coming into being for the time being, it was a good opportunity for him to break through. Lin Jiufeng's thoughts revolved thousands of times, but he didn't reveal them. He asked, then, what will happen after passing all 9 lightning tribulations? Then, you can pry into the realm of the immortals. A true immortal, not a false immortal. That is a very terrifying realm. There is a problem with this terrifying realm. I heard the Kunlun immortal mention this problem once, and I remembered those words to this day, Winged Dragon said. What did the Kunlun immortal say? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Looking at the mountains from the northwest, I pity the countless immortals. Winged Dragon said. What does this mean? Is the Kunlun immortal taking pity on the immortals? But he's clearly an immortal himself? Lin Jiufeng looked at Winged Dragon in confusion. Why are you looking at me? I don't know what it means. I have the same thoughts as you. Pitiful immortals? I want to become an immortal all the time, Winged Dragon muttered. Perhaps for her, she was really just muttering. But for Lin Jiufeng, she was talking loudly. Looking at the mountains from the northwest, I pity the countless immortals? Lin Jiufeng muttered. He was also thinking, but he made no progress. For some reason, with a flash of inspiration, he thought of the land of extremely negative energy, the newly appeared Undying Mountain, and the senior of the Heavenly Tao sect, Elder Universe. He once said that immortals were a lie. I need to return to the imperial capital, enter the cold palace, and begin my seclusion to prepare for the 9th lightning tribulation. Then, I will investigate the land of extremely negative energy. I don't want to investigate the myriad races anymore for the time being. My top priority now is to transcend the 9th lightning tribulation. Almost instantly, Lin Jiufeng completed the plans for his next steps. Different things have different priorities. It was obvious that the 5 decay of the celestial being was the most urgent matter at hand. He had to make use of the current peaceful days of the world and transcend the tribulation as soon as possible. Then, he had to go through the 5 decay of the celestial being as soon as possible before he started aiming for the realm of the immortals. The realm of a true immortal. Not the current false immortal. Lin Jiufeng looked at Winged Dragon and said, "Your information is very useful. I will help you guys break free from the shackles of the Heavenly Dao now. I hope that you guys won't hurt the common people." Winged Dragon was overjoyed. She hurriedly said, "I won't hurt them, no one from the nest of 10,000 dragons will. After we escape, we will unite the Kunlun Mountains and wait for the results of your investigation." The other true dragons watched in excitement. If they just relied on their own strength, they might not necessarily be able to break free from the Heavenly Dao shackles. After all, the Heavenly Dao specially created these shackles for them. The stronger they were, the more terrifying the Heavenly Dao shackles were. Clang! Under their gazes, Lin Jiufeng raised his hand in the air. Then, he drew out a treasure sword and slashed it forcefully. This series of actions all relied on imagination. In the eyes of outsiders, there wasn't any weapon in Lin Jiufeng's hand. But Winged Dragon was overjoyed. Her eyes widened as she saw the terrifying sword energy that Lin Jiufeng slashed out. Boom! This sword energy rampaged and shattered all the chains of order, freeing Winged Dragon and the others. Roar! They roared excitedly and wandered around the mountain unbridled. Lin Jiufeng only nodded at Big Sister Divine Silkworm and left silently. He wanted to return to the imperial capital. He wanted to transcend the tribulation and experience the 5 decay of the celestial being. Chapter 274, Sign in before the light of the homes. Lin Jiufeng slashed through the chains of order that bound Winged Dragon and the others. Then, he left without anyone noticing. Roar! Winged Dragon roared excitedly. Ever since she woke up, her body had been bound. Carrying these shackles, she could only hide and stay in a corner, not daring to leave, afraid that the Heavenly Dao would once again send down the lightning tribulation of destruction. If that happened, for a false immortal, the size of the lightning tribulation would be equivalent to death. Since ancient times, no one in the false immortal realm had passed the lightning tribulation of destruction. Of course, there were definitely existences who had transcended the lightning tribulation of destruction before, but they weren't at the false immortal realm, but at the realm of an immortal. Of course, for immortals, this was also a difficult lightning tribulation. Less than 10% of them survived. Hence, many awakened powerhouses stayed quietly in one place after being trapped by the chains of order, waiting for the Heavenly Dao to accept them. Back then, many people saw how King Heaven barbarically resisted the chains of order. They were envious that he broke free from the chains in the end. But no one was willing to try. After all, King Heaven was only a false immortal who had transcended 7 lightning tribulations. Even if he was in peak condition, even if he had 1 foot in the threshold of transcending the 8th lightning tribulation. But he ultimately hadn't transcended the 8th lightning tribulation, so the might of his chains of order was relatively weak. Therefore, he could barbarically resist the chains of order. The false immortals of the myriad races all cursed him as a fool for not knowing how dangerous this action of his was. If he really angered the Heavenly Dao, even if he had 9 lives, he wouldn't be enough to withstand the lightning tribulation of destruction. King Heaven broke free from the chains of order and the Heavenly Dao didn't punish him. However, he met Lin Jiufeng who taught him how to behave. The other false immortals didn't dare to try this. Other than being unlocked by the Heavenly Dao of this world, the chains of order could also be unlocked by the people of the current era. The Heavenly Dao rejected the people of the previous eras, but it would preferentially treat the people of this era. With a stroke of his sword, Lin Jiufeng easily broke the chains of order. But this sword energy. After Winged Dragon roared in excitement, she suddenly came to a realization. She stared at the dissipating sword energy with wide eyes. This is, her body trembled. She shook her head in disbelief. Sister Winged Dragon, what is it? Big Sister Divine Silkworm asked. After the other true dragons were excited for a while, they also came to their senses and looked at Winged Dragon. Lord Winged Dragon, what happened? The Green Dragon asked. This sword energy, Winged Dragon said excitedly. She suddenly sobbed. Tears fell from her huge dragon eyes. Seeing that Winged Dragon was crying, Big Sister Divine Silkworm was very clever and immediately guessed something. Is this sword energy related to the Kunlun Immortal? Miss Divine Silkworm asked. Everyone in the higher-ups of the nest of 10,000 dragons knew about Winged Dragon's feelings for the Kunlun immortal. Even though the Kunlun immortal had already left before she hatched, so logically speaking, the two of them had never met since the beginning. But Winged Dragon couldn't help but fall in love with the Kunlun immortal. This love lasted for more than 10,000 years. And it was still continuing. The only reason why Winged Dragon could become so agitated and lose her composure was probably because of the Kunlun immortal. This sword energy isn't just related to the Kunlun immortal. This sword energy is exactly from the Kunlun sword technique of the Kunlun immortal. It's the supreme sword technique of the Kunlun immortal. It's the sword technique that the Kunlun immortal used to roam unhindered in the world and beat the enemies until they admitted defeat. I've sensed it before, it's exactly the same as this one, Winged Dragon said excitedly. But this sword energy was executed by Great Emperor Jiufeng, Big Sister Divine Silkworm said hesitantly. This signifies that Great Emperor Jiufeng knows the whereabouts of the Kunlun immortal or has obtained the cultivation technique of the Kunlun immortal. But no matter which one it is, he's very fated with the Kunlun immortal, Winged Dragon said excitedly. She couldn't calm down when it came to matters regarding the Kunlun immortal. I have to make the best use of my time. I have to unite the Kunlun mountains and offer them to the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Only then can I gain a good impression of Great Emperor Jiufeng. He will definitely help me find the Kunlun immortal. After her excitement, she quickly decided on a strategy. Great Emperor Jiufeng will enter seclusion to cultivate next. He won't be looking for the Kunlun immortal immediately, Miss Divine Silkworm said softly. It's okay. I've waited for more than 10,000 years, it doesn't matter if I have to wait a bit more. I've always firmly believed that I will definitely be able to reunite with the Kunlun immortal before I die. I want to tell him that the young and dying dragon egg from back then has already grown up, Winged Dragon said excitedly. Her body began to transform. She transformed from a huge winged dragon to a slender and elegant woman. Her body was well developed, and her snow-white skin could even reflect light. She was indescribably beautiful. This was the first time Big Sister Divine Silkworm saw her transform into human form. She glanced at the bulging mountain peaks on Winged Dragon's body. Yes, you have grown up. You're about the same as me now, Big Sister Divine Silkworm mumbled. She lowered her head and looked at herself. She couldn't see her ankle. What a bother. Xuanhuang God Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Lin Jiufeng returned here silently. After destroying the primordial god mountain, the world was in an uproar for a few days. The Great Emperor Jiufeng that everyone was praising had quietly returned. The common people in the imperial capital were still discussing excitedly. This wasn't something that could pass in just a few days. Everyone praised Great Emperor Jiufeng, and countless people were proud of him. This was a kind of national emotion. Together, it created a bustling Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Lin Jiufeng watched coldly from the side. He stood in front of the cold palace and looked at the world. He didn't have much emotion on his face. The world was bustling and excited. Some of the people even knelt on the ground and hailed "Long live Great Emperor Jiufeng." However, to Lin Jiufeng, these weren't important. He couldn't understand their emotions because he lived in seclusion for a long time. He didn't wish for himself to have a long life. Instead, he wished the people could have a long life. However, there was a change in the light of the homes. Lin Jiufeng could clearly feel that after destroying the primordial god mountain this time, the common people of the mortal world cheered about this. The light of the homes had also transformed. In this world, the lamps were resplendent, the homes were brightly lit, igniting the world. They also ignited the light of the homes. Lin Jiufeng took down the light of the homes and observed carefully. He discovered that the foundation of the light of the homes had become even stronger, and he felt like he was being drawn deeper into it. You don't seem to be an ordinary immortal artifact anymore, Lin Jiufeng muttered. Although the light of the homes from before wasn't an ordinary immortal artifact too, it was even more terrifying than before now. The light of the homes seemed to be responding to Lin Jiufeng. It emitted a bright light that illuminated the surroundings and dispelled the darkness. Yes, night had fallen. The world was shrouded in darkness. The curtain of the night was pulled down as if something was about to unfold. In front of Lin Jiufeng, a candlelight illuminated his face. Then, a line of words appeared before his eyes. "Do you want to sign in before the light of the homes?" Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. He obtained the light of the homes from signing in. Now, he could actually sign in from the light of the homes? Sign in. Lin Jiufeng still chose to sign in. No matter what, he still wanted the treasures from signing in. Chapter 275, The Life During the 5 Decay, Part 1, Sign in Successful. Received light of the human world. These words appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. He was slightly puzzled. What exactly was this light of the human world? The light of the human world is born from the light of the homes. It's a weakened version of the light of the homes and a one-time use item. A piece of information entered Lin Jiufeng's mind. There was only this little bit of useful information. This is the weakened version of the light of the homes, and it's only one-time use. It isn't of much use to me, Lin Jiufeng murmured. But he didn't reject this so-called weakened light of the homes. Even if he couldn't use it, it was good as long as the Unrivalled God Dynasty could use it. A ball of flames appeared in Lin Jiufeng's palm. It danced with a fiery red light that was very conspicuous in the dark night. Lin Jiufeng observed for a moment before reaching out and shaking his hand. The light of the human world directly passed through the Forbidden City and landed on Emperor De's table. Emperor De, who was dealing with state affairs, was stunned. He looked at the ball of fire in a daze. "What's this?" Emperor De asked softly. He reached out and touched this ball of fire. Boom! A piece of memory barged into his mind, causing Emperor De to lower his head and clench his fists tightly. He felt terrible. The light of the human world that Lin Jiufeng didn't take a fancy to was also a huge burden to Emperor De. Emperor De was really too weak. In the current world of the recovery of spiritual energy, he had yet to reach the king realm. This proved that his thoughts were no longer on cultivating. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the Unrivalled God Dynasty. It was useless for him to become powerful and expend resources to improve himself. It was better to nurture a peerless genius and let this genius develop with these resources instead. It would definitely be a significant gain for the Unrivalled God Dynasty. He only needed to ensure that he had enough energy and a stable lifespan so that he could continue dealing with the matters of the Unrivalled God Dynasty and control the reform of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Reforms weren't achieved overnight but over time. Behind this was Emperor De writing memorials day and night and punishing corrupt officials. Emperor De put on a serious face most of the time. Although the world was in an uproar after great Emperor Jiufeng destroyed the primordial god mountain, Emperor De was only happy for a few days. Then, he was surrounded by troubles in the world. Managing a country was akin to cooking a small fish. A good chef was needed, and this chef needed to take care of every aspect. Emperor De was very busy. He hadn't rested for a long time. He was busy day and night. Especially during this period of time when great Emperor Jiufeng destroyed the primordial god mountain, Emperor De couldn't rest. He made use of great Emperor Jiufeng's prestige in the world to reform the world and forcefully implement things that were good for most people of the common people. During this period of time, memorials flew over like snowflakes. Emperor De no longer had a smile on his face. He was very tired. It was also very painful. But today, after the pain from the influx of memories, he actually smiled. He laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. All of Emperor De's troubles, worries, and all of his hard work were soothed by this light of the human world. Big granduncle is back. He brought me this terrifying backup plan. Although it's not comparable to the light of the homes, it's more than enough to use it as a trump card. Emperor De was very happy. He wanted to endure this joy, but he couldn't help it. Under extreme happiness, one couldn't hide their excitement. Get the imperial kitchen to prepare a bowl of silver-eared lotus seed soup for me. I will rest for an hour. Emperor De carefully put away the light of the human world and then chose to rest lavishly for an hour. To Emperor De, his time was very precious.
Being able to take out an hour to rest was already a very extravagant choice. In front of the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng looked at Emperor De and muttered, "He's too hardworking. I hope he doesn't end up falling sick from exhaustion." His grandfather and father's lives were both quite short. Speaking of Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming, Lin Jiufeng slipped into a daze. He vaguely seemed to see Emperor Yuan smiling at him in the distance in the dark night. His younger brother. Lin Jiufeng smiled bitterly and said, "Although I already have the power of the 8th stage of the false immortal realm now, I still can't forcefully enter the netherworld with my current strength." The higher his cultivation base, the more Lin Jiufeng could feel his own powerlessness. He recalled the bold words he had said when he was young. At that time, he thought that he could quickly revive Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. But now, as he became stronger and stronger, he increasingly felt how ignorant and fearless he was back then. Indeed, only in an ignorant and fearless state could a person speak bold words. The more he knew, the more he understood how terrifying being able to revive a person was. The current Lin Jiufeng could already suppress the myriad races and reverse the yin and yang, but he still couldn't open the door to the netherworld and the door to the world of life and death. He was also unable to revive Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming. "Wait for me a little longer. When I become a true immortal, I will definitely give it a try, regardless of the gains or losses," Lin Jiufeng guaranteed. In the distance, Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming disappeared together. Lin Jiufeng rubbed his eyes. His heart was heavy. He was already a false immortal who had transcended 8 lightning tribulations. He definitely wouldn't see figures of those he missed just because he was in a daze. Emperor Yuan and the others must have encountered some trouble in the netherworld, so they came to bring me this information. Lin Jiufeng's eyelids fell. He was very vexed as he clenched his fists. No matter how angry or worried he was, it was useless. Lin Jiufeng took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. He turned around and entered the cold palace as if nothing had happened. He wanted to start comprehending the 5 decay of the celestial being. Only by transcending this calamity would he have hope of progressing to the next realm. Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry to confirm the realm of the immortal. When the 5 decay of the celestial being came, he would enter the land of extremely negative energy to investigate the undying mountain and the immortals. All of these required time. After entering the cold palace, he closed the door completely and ignored the outside world. The current Lin Jiufeng was in a state of hide in a place, close the door, and ignore the passing of time outside. Using the time where the world fell silent because of the destruction of the primordial god mountain, Lin Jiufeng also began his next step. The 5 decay of the celestial being. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng returned to his courtyard and began to live his life quietly. Every day, he either drank tea, drank wine, or meditated. In short, he didn't cultivate. But his cultivation base continued to rise. He could no longer suppress his cultivation base at the 8th stage of the false immortal realm. Next was the 9th lightning tribulation of the false immortal realm. 15 days after his return, Lin Jiufeng was sunbathing on this day when he vaguely sensed a force descending and enveloping him, causing his skin to change. The 5 decay of the celestial being had silently descended. What Lin Jiufeng was experiencing now was the 1st decay, the body of filth. The body of a cultivator was constantly tempered and got stronger when the cultivation base increased. When the great calamity came, filth would be born in the body. Lin Jiufeng's crystal-like body began to wither at this moment. He aged 10 years in a day. Moreover, this aging couldn't be alleviated by true qi, spirit pills, miraculous medicines, and such. In other words, what an ordinary person looked like when they were 30 years old, Lin Jiufeng would soon look like that too. Gradually, he would become older and older until he couldn't take care of himself anymore. Then, he would gradually die from old age. Lin Jiufeng needed to break through this 1st decay before he died. Chapter 276, The Life During the 5 Decay, Part 2. For the first time, Lin Jiufeng clearly felt that he had instantly aged 10 years. This was a very subtle feeling. In his previous state, he had always maintained the youthful vigor of an 18-year-old. Even though his actual age had reached more than 100 years, to Lin Jiufeng, his body state had always been that of a rising sun, dispelling the darkness that shrouded the land and bringing with it unlimited hope.
But now, he clearly sensed that his current state was very poor. He had passed his youth and became a middle-aged man. 28 years old. This was a magical age. Lin Jiufeng didn't pay too much attention to it. He was mentally prepared for the arrival of the 5 decay of the celestial being. He passed this day in a simple manner. He cleaned up the weeds outside the courtyard and straightened out a clean path. He pushed down the dangerous courtyard walls that were on the verge of collapse and dispelled the mold in the room. It seemed that he wasn't affected at all. After settling these matters, he went out at night and bought some dishes to eat. When he returned, he also carried a pot of turbid wine back along with the food. Turbid wine was brewed by the common people themselves. The alcohol content wasn't that high, at least for people at the false immortal realm. It didn't have much effect. But today, this pot of turbid wine knocked Lin Jiufeng out. A pot of turbid wine weighed about 2.5 kilograms. This wasn't a problem for the previous Lin Jiufeng. He could treat it as mouthwash and directly drink it. But now, he had unknowingly gotten drunk. The cultivation base of a false immortal was gradually becoming useless under the state of the 5 decay of the celestial being. At least to his body, his cultivation base didn't matter anymore. In the dark, Lin Jiufeng played the zither while drunk and sang to the moon. It was as if the human, the shadow, and the moon were hosting a grand event, singing and dancing. It was very lively. In the latter half of the night, Lin Jiufeng fell onto the bed drunk. He didn't think about anything and fell into a deep sleep. The cultivation base of a false immortal was just a decoration now. The 5 decay of the celestial being could only be resisted with mental energy, source energy, and the body. Lin Jiufeng woke up the next morning. He held his head and said bitterly, "I hadn't experienced the feeling of a hangover for many years. This isn't a good feeling." Ever since his cultivation base had improved, Lin Jiufeng rarely got drunk, let alone had a hangover. He covered his head and walked to the mirror. When he focused his gaze, he was shocked. "Is this me?" Lin Jiufeng couldn't believe his eyes. In his own eyes, he was elegant and handsome, like an exiled immortal, and his face was pale. The words that could be used to describe a man's handsome appearance in the mortal world could all be used on Lin Jiufeng. They were all very appropriate for Lin Jiufeng. This was what Lin Jiufeng thought in the past. The higher his cultivation base, the more ethereal and otherworldly his aura became. He was an example of how strong humans could be. But now, the person in the mirror was thin and yellow-skinned. He had thick dark circles under his eyes, messy hair, and sallow skin. He looked very terrifying, like a sick ghost. Lin Jiufeng reached out to stroke his face with a trembling hand. The rough feeling made him speechless for a moment. After a long time, Lin Jiufeng finally said, "Even if it's the 5 decay of the celestial being, even if it wants to remove all of my beautiful exteriors and display my ugliest side, there's no need to make me look so sloppy. Even without the support of my cultivation base, I'm still very self-disciplined and determined. I wouldn't have looked so terrible." Lin Jiufeng carefully observed his appearance and discovered the evil intentions of the 5 decay of the celestial being. The 5 decay of the celestial being used 2 extremes to stimulate Lin Jiufeng's mentality. Previously, Lin Jiufeng was high and mighty. He had the bearing of an immortal and was respected by the people of the world. He had always enjoyed such flattery, respect, and praise. Whoever countered such a situation would lose oneself. Immortals were also humans. They were also conceited and would lose themselves. When the 5 decay of the celestial being descended, Lin Jiufeng was sent from the clouds to the bottom of the valley the next day. This made Lin Jiufeng doubt himself, thinking that all the happiness in the past was caused by his powerful cultivation base. After losing that huge cultivation base, he would be like a gambler, an addicted customer who would rather die than live. The impact of slightly inflating these 2 extremes was huge. Ordinary people couldn't withstand this psychological impact at all. Even Lin Jiufeng was dazed at first. He couldn't believe his eyes. Would he really become like this? Lin Jiufeng expressed his deep doubts. He had always been very confident. This confidence came from his trust in himself.
Lin Jiufeng looked at himself in the mirror and asked softly, "If I lose my huge cultivation base, will I really rot to this extent?" Lin Jiufeng didn't say out the answer to this question. He stared at his reflection in the mirror. His eyes were straight and unblinking, full of oppression. At this moment, it was as if Lin Jiufeng could crush his opponent with his eyes. But the person in the mirror was Lin Jiufeng himself. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were terrifyingly oppressive as he stared at himself in the mirror. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng perfectly displayed what it meant to have a gaze as sharp as a blade. His gaze was like a blade and it slashed at his reflection in the mirror. Under Lin Jiufeng's oppressive gaze, the Lin Jiufeng in the mirror revealed an expression that resembled both crying and smiling. But Lin Jiufeng's face was expressionless and silent. "You won't be able to tide through the 5 decay of the celestial being." The Lin Jiufeng in the mirror spoke. His expression was very strange, as if he was extremely resentful that Lin Jiufeng had recognized him. His resentful gaze seemed to be able to devour Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng watched calmly. The other party became more and more resentful. He was even about to flow out from the mirror and reveal itself in reality. But in the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng suddenly launched an attack. With a loud roar, his face quickly moved closer to the mirror, making eye contact with Lin Jiufeng inside. "I'm here to kill you." Although the 5 decay of the celestial being had arrived, it had only been 2 days. Although Lin Jiufeng's terrifying strength was affected, it was still terrifying. This sudden explosion scared the Lin Jiufeng in the mirror. He hurriedly escaped and disappeared into the void. He totally disappeared in a very mysterious manner. The Lin Jiufeng in the mirror now was still the same as before, but Lin Jiufeng knew that this time, it was really just a reflection of the mirror. "You are as timid as a rat, yet you still dare to scheme against me. The 5 decay of the celestial being is indeed not a good thing. It brings with it a bunch of evil beings, and this fake, mysterious creature even dares to provoke me. After passing this stage, I will crush you." Lin Jiufeng sneered. He looked at himself in the mirror. At this moment, he still looked terrifying, but his aura, mentality, and gaze were completely different from before. The current Lin Jiufeng was very confident in passing the 5 decay of the celestial being. What could something as weak as that mysterious creature just now do to Lin Jiufeng? Even though Lin Jiufeng had become extremely weak now, he wouldn't be afraid of the other party. Lin Jiufeng stood up and walked out of the courtyard to continue what he hadn't completed yesterday: cleaning up the courtyard. But the difference in his state between today and yesterday could be seen at a glance. Lin Jiufeng's physical fitness today was much worse. Yesterday, he was 28 years old. This age was still the prime of a man's life. Today, he was 38 years old, already passing the peak of a man's life. His physical strength had declined, and his little brother didn't erect when he woke up in the morning. The state of a man in the 30s was vividly reflected in Lin Jiufeng. Chapter 277, The Life During the 5 Decay, Part 3. The 38-year-old Lin Jiufeng did a day of physical work and completely renovated the courtyard. He was very tired. During the calamity of the 5 decay of the celestial being realm, he would try his best not to use his cultivation base, unless absolutely necessary. After all, his cultivation base would be burned faster if he used it. That would be even more uncomfortable. Lin Jiufeng was now an ordinary person, dealing with the biggest catastrophe in his life. This kind of tribulation didn't come from the lightning tribulation, but from the mysteries of the void. They were mysterious and terrifying. If one wasn't careful, they would be completely devoured and lose everything. Lin Jiufeng dealt with all changes by remaining unchanged. He was slowly becoming old. He was slowly comprehending life. After a night, Lin Jiufeng woke up once again. He sat in front of the mirror and saw his gray hair mixed with white hair. He sighed faintly. He was old. He had truly aged. Previously, even when he grew old, his body continued to maintain its peak because of his cultivation base. Now, his body had also aged. Standing in front of the mirror, Lin Jiufeng realized that his skin had relaxed and was no longer as tense and delicate as before. The current him was just an old man. 48 years old.
In the Yuhua God Dynasty, in this world, among ordinary people, 48 years old was already the average lifespan. Before the recovery of the world's spiritual energy, the average life expectancy for the common people in the Yuhua God Dynasty was only 30+ years. This number had never exceeded 40 years. The poor development of medical care and the ignorance of thought made the people of this era unable to escape the shackles of the era and live in a muddled state. It was only in recent years that Emperor Di strongly supported women to learn. He opened various schools suitable for women to learn and be taught together. Among these schools, the most famous was the medical school led by Princess Yulin. She was already the honorary dean of the medical school. In the past 10 years, the medical school had nurtured quite a number of doctors. They treated illnesses and saved people, slowly shattering the great mountain in people's hearts that oppressed women. No matter how useful shouting slogans were, it wasn't as useful as showing the people the actual results. The average life expectancy of the Yuhua God Dynasty was now 47 years old. In this short period of time, increasing the average lifespan by 10 years was unprecedented for a nation with a large population. As for Lin Jiufeng, he had now exceeded the average lifespan by a year. He stood up straight and puffed out his chest. What was more satisfying was that he was still as straight as a pine tree. Today, Lin Jiufeng didn't do anything else. Like an old man, he carried a basket and went out to the market to buy some vegetables, meat, and fruits. He returned in the afternoon and made a delicious hot pot for himself in the cold palace. This was the first time. Lin Jiufeng, who had been obsessed with cultivation, made hot pot for the first time. When night fell and the moon climbed out, Lin Jiufeng invited the moon to drink with him. Tonight, he got drunk again. Lin Jiufeng got himself drunk because he knew that no matter what happened today, he would definitely age by 10 years tomorrow. Tomorrow, his body age could reach 58. In this world, before the recovery of spiritual energy, the vast majority of people wouldn't be able to live to this age. Hence, this was also something to be happy about. He was drunk again, but it wasn't as serious as the last time. He laid quietly on the rocking chair in the courtyard and looked at the starry sky filled with resplendent stars. What a beautiful world! It would be my sin if it was destroyed, Lin Jiufeng murmured. That night, he worried for a long time before he entered the room and fell asleep. A new day arrived. When Lin Jiufeng woke up, he was already 58 years old. His tall and straight back was slightly curved. His figure was very thin, and his hair was completely white. At this age, in the common people's families, those of this age were of the grandfather generation. The current Lin Jiufeng truly lived up to his name as Big Granduncle. He looked at his current appearance and remained silent for a long time. Moving closer to the mirror, he could even see the age spots on his face. I'm interested in seeing how old this calamity is going to make me. Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. He turned around and walked out of the courtyard, lying on a chair and sunbathing. Perhaps it was because he was old, he lived a leisurely life. Such behavior of sunbathing for 4 hours under the sun was something the previous Lin Jiufeng would never do. But now, he had really absorbed the sunlight for 4 hours. As expected, when people get old, their bodies won't have much heat. They need to absorb the sun and disperse the cold that shrouded their bodies, Lin Jiufeng muttered. He didn't do anything today. He was just sunbathing. Another night passed and the dawn broke. Lin Jiufeng woke up early. He looked even older now. He was slovenly dressed and had a stubble beard which was totally white in color. As he walked, Lin Jiufeng also realized that his body was very thin. If I fall down like this, it will be very unlucky for me. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. At this moment, he wasn't the great Emperor Jiufeng who forcefully destroyed the primordial god mountain, but an old man. On this day, the 68-year-old Lin Jiufeng no longer had much to say. He just sat silently at the side throughout. Lin Jiufeng was thinking about how to tide through this calamity. He felt that he had to comprehend something in order to solve this problem. In the previous era, many people had transcended 9 lightning tribulations. In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, this tribulation wasn't something difficult to handle. The only problem was how to solve it. Lin Jiufeng continued to think silently. Without asking anything, he spent another day quietly. After this day, Lin Jiufeng brought out a weight gauge. His weight was still only 80 plus. Why am I becoming shorter and smaller? Lin Jiufeng muttered. Let's sleep. I will age 10 years per day. 10 days is equal to aging another 100 years. Lin Jiufeng was tired from sunbathing during the day. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered the house. Instead, he would have gone to some other places. The current Lin Jiufeng had already entered the most difficult moment. The most difficult moment of this first decay is about to come. Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes and said in a peaceful tone. He knew that the next few days would be the most crucial ones. When he woke up in the morning, Lin Jiufeng got up with difficulty and washed up. 78 years old. He was more than 70 years old now, and his body was very shaky as if he could pass away at any moment. Lin Jiufeng was sunbathing. Nowadays, he needed the sun more and more. The energy in his body was stirring. But Lin Jiufeng didn't care. The magic power in his body burned like a wildfire. The burning pain made Lin Jiufeng take a deep breath. I'm already 78 years old, how much older can this tribulation make me become? Lin Jiufeng said angrily. This calamity was like a flower, wanting to swallow Lin Jiufeng whole. Lin Jiufeng firmly refused. Then, another day passed. He was already 88 years old. This time, he not only aged, but he directly laid on the bed. He couldn't get out of bed anymore. In the eyes of outsiders, the so-called invincible great Emperor Jiufeng was lying on the bed now. His breathing was weak and he couldn't get up anymore. The 5 decay of the celestial being had reached the most critical moment. Chapter 278, The Life During the 5 Decay, Part 4, Lin Jiufeng, who was lying on the bed, had his eyes closed. His body was weak and he couldn't stand up anymore. He felt pain all over his body. Knees, wrists, chest, abdomen. Breathing was also very difficult. The only good thing was that he was relatively clear-headed throughout. But this was also a form of torture. The 5 decay of the celestial being wanted Lin Jiufeng to look at himself. Little by little, Lin Jiufeng went from the great Emperor Jiufeng who suppressed the world to a weak old man lying on the bed. He couldn't even take care of himself now. For a powerhouse who once reigned supreme, this would probably bring him a huge feeling of dismay. Not many people could accept such an impact. But for Lin Jiufeng, he accepted it. Lin Jiufeng was very calm throughout. His emotions weren't fluctuating much. Even though his body had been tortured beyond recognition by the 5 decay of the celestial being, this was nothing to Lin Jiufeng. Because he clearly knew that all of this was because of the arrival of the 5 decay of the celestial being. He chose to face it head-on instead of using secret techniques, magic treasures, or tricks to resist it. When facing the 5 decay of the celestial being, very few people chose to face it head-on. This was the most difficult method. One had to experience a total of 5 decay for this 9th tribulation, and Lin Jiufeng was only at the 1st decay now. You tortured my body but spared my spirit. This is the stupidest thing. The most important thing for a person to be powerful is still wisdom. The rise and decline of the body are only temporary, and only the undying spirit exists for eternity. Lin Jiufeng thought mockingly. It was unknown how powerful Lin Jiufeng's spirit was. In his spiritual consciousness, his divine soul transformed into a fusang tree. His divine soul world became a vast and boundless sea where the fusang tree floated. The fusang tree suppressed his spiritual world. Lin Jiufeng silently waited for the calamity to pass. Another day passed. Lin Jiufeng was already 98 years old. He was as thin as a matchstick now. Only a few strands of his long white hair remained. His skin was dark, and his age spots were very serious. There was death energy lingering on his body. There wasn't much vitality in his body anymore. According to the saying of the common people, he was living on the last breath now. If this breath dissipated, Lin Jiufeng would die. For Lin Jiufeng, this was a very difficult moment. But that was all. It can't destroy my spirit.
No matter how cruel the physical torture is, it's fake. Lin Jiufeng thought calmly. He was now very calm. Because he knew that it was impossible for the 5 decay of the celestial being to directly kill his body. Letting me gradually age and see myself fall from the peak to the bottom. This tribulation wants me to collapse mentally so that it can invade my spiritual world. Unfortunately, I'm very calm throughout. It couldn't invade me. Lin Jiufeng was like an outsider, watching all of this happen calmly. Another day passed. On this day, Lin Jiufeng was 108 years old. His body only weighed 25 kilograms now. His entire body had shriveled, and he couldn't even lift his fingers. This was no different from a dead man. Lin Jiufeng didn't care about his own body. He knew that the critical moment of the first decay was coming. The torture of this body had already reached its limits, it couldn't torture his body any further. Therefore, the next step was to destroy Lin Jiufeng's spiritual world. After completely destroying everything about Lin Jiufeng, the 5 decay of the celestial being would absorb all of Lin Jiufeng's spiritual energy to replenish itself. After all, the 5 decay of the celestial being also groomed a large group of mysterious creatures. Just like the Lin Jiufeng in the mirror that Lin Jiufeng had seen previously. Boom! Just as Lin Jiufeng was thinking, a large amount of black smoke floated in the air and directly rushed into Lin Jiufeng's spiritual consciousness. This was a terrifying scene. There were millions of terrifying and mysterious creatures in the black smoke. Some of them were tangible, some were formless, and some were just a gust of wind, a wisp of smoke, or a wisp of consciousness. These mysterious creatures rushed over and were very excited in the black smoke. To them, this was mealtime. An 8th-stage false immortal realm powerhouse could let them have a full meal and persist for a long time. This group of mysterious creatures had a unified title. Ta. The leader was none other than the Lin Jiufeng who had appeared in the mirror that day. Ta was quite terrified that day. This time, Ta was the first to rush over, wanting to devour Lin Jiufeng. Rumble. This group of mysterious creatures rushed in together in the black smoke. It was very terrifying. They seeped into Lin Jiufeng's facial features and surrounded his spiritual world. Rumble. But after entering Lin Jiufeng's spiritual world, they were all slapped down by gigantic waves. Lin Jiufeng's spiritual world was a sea. The ruler of this sea was a huge, towering Fusong tree. Under the Fusong tree was a small golden figure. It was Lin Jiufeng's source energy. Just like the Fusong tree, it was Lin Jiufeng's primordial spirit. Lin Jiufeng divided his primordial spirit into several parts. The little golden figure was one portion, and it even went out to transcend the tribulation last time. As for the Fusong tree, it had always been Lin Jiufeng's trump card. It had always been in his spiritual world, and its roots spread throughout the sea. Lin Jiufeng had waited for this moment for a long time. He watched all of this coldly. Outside, he couldn't do anything to this group of mysterious creatures, but after entering his spiritual world, it wasn't up to them anymore. In the spiritual world, Lin Jiufeng was the only king. In the past few days, I have been obedient to you all. I gave my body to you all and let you guys torture me. It was all for this moment that I continuously numbed you all, to make you guys lower your guard and enter my spiritual world. Now, this is the main battlefield, and I am the only god. The Fusong tree let out a rumbling sound. The fiery red leaves seemed to be burning like flames. It was very terrifying. Now, welcome to the purgatory. The Fusong tree said in a low voice. Roar! 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 The mysterious creatures were roaring angrily and charging frantically. They wanted to devour the Fusong tree. But in this place, all of these were useless. The Fusong tree didn't talk nonsense with them. It directly launched a flame attack. It was burning the sea. In the very next moment, endless flames appeared on the incomparably vast sea in Lin Jiufeng's spiritual world. They were burning fiercely and were incomparably terrifying. These flames came from the Fusong tree. It was an innate divine tree and was born with flames. This flame was an innate fire,
so it could burn the mysterious creatures. There were millions of mysterious creatures that rushed in, but in front of the endless sea, they were insignificant. The first to be burned to death was Lin Jiufeng. When the Fusang tree saw this scene, its attitude was extremely cold. It said, "I said I would kill you." The surging sea was no longer surging with seawater, but raging flames. The mysterious creatures struggled inside and wailed in pain. They directly rolled around and let out mournful cries. They also began to beg for mercy. But it was useless. Lin Jiufeng's primordial spirit remained indifferent. The Fusang tree and the little golden figure watched coldly. In less than a moment, millions of mysterious creatures were burned. Lin Jiufeng successfully passed the first decay of the 5 decay of the celestial being. Chapter 279, The Life During the 5 Decay, Part 5. After successfully passing the first decay, Lin Jiufeng injected the strange energy gained from burning those mysterious creatures into his body in one go. His already dead-like body was slowly recovering as this strange energy flowed into his body like a trickle. His life force was slowly recovering too. It was like a lake that had been dry all year round finally receiving rainwater. It was like an extinguished volcano welcoming the fire of the Earth's core. It was like a couple who had both been single for 30 years experiencing sexual intercourse for the first time. The resulting explosion was unstoppable. This was Lin Jiufeng's current condition. His body was rapidly recovering. He could already sit up. After a while, he could stand up and walk. Although his body was still very old, Lin Jiufeng felt that he was becoming younger. That night, Lin Jiufeng came to the courtyard trembling. He sat on a recliner, wrapped in his clothes, and looked at the moonlight. His mood was serene. Having passed the first decay, he had already completed the most severe step. To the current Lin Jiufeng, the following difficulties were nothing much. He was completely confident that he could tide through the remaining steps. Defeated the mysteries of the void. Do you wish to sign in? These words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes as he laid quietly. Lin Jiufeng agreed without hesitation. Sign in successful. Received Spring of Life. Lin Jiufeng was quite curious as to what this Spring of Life was. He stretched out his hand. A surging spring appeared in his palm, flowing with clear and transparent spring water. The Spring of Life can repair one's life force. There was only this sentence regarding the introduction of the Spring of Life, but it revealed a lot of information. Repairing a person's life force, how exactly does this repair work? Lin Jiufeng placed the surging Spring of Life on the ground. Suddenly, a huge chunk of the ground collapsed, forming a spring river. The Spring of Life constantly rolled and multiplied inside, and the aura of life surged. Lin Jiufeng jumped down into the huge pit. He immediately felt all the pores in his body instantly open. Endless energy entered his body. He had felt his tattered body being slowly repaired to its peak condition. In the blink of an eye, his dry hair fell off and black hair grew once again. His already relaxed skin began to tighten, and the age spots quickly disappeared. In a short period of time, he became at least 20 years younger. This change was still continuing. As expected of the Spring of Life. My wheel of life has already been completely repaired. It only needs one night to recover to its peak. Lin Jiufeng said with emotion in his heart. He soaked in the Spring of Life and frantically absorbed its energy. This night, Lin Jiufeng went from 100 years old to 18 years old. He really became young now. The next day, when the sun came out, Lin Jiufeng stood up from the Spring of Life. His entire being was reborn, and there was a sense of immortality on him now as compared to before. Surrounded by immortal energy, Lin Jiufeng clenched his fist. Under the accumulation of power, he executed a cultivation technique. But it had no power at all. The second decay, the shrinking of the cultivation technique. Powerful cultivation techniques that could shake the void would shrink under the great calamity, their might greatly reduced. Now, Lin Jiufeng's might wasn't just greatly reduced. He directly lost his might. As expected, my 5 decay of the celestial being far exceeds that of ordinary people. Lin Jiufeng was already mentally prepared,
so he wasn't too surprised. He didn't try his other cultivation techniques. In any case, he could now live a normal life. His body had recovered to its peak. Lin Jiufeng only lost his terrifying cultivation techniques and his invincible might, that's all. What was there to be sad about? It was much better than lying on a bed like a weak old man who couldn't do anything, okay? Lin Jiufeng looked at the spring of life and muttered to himself, "This is a good thing, a treasure for treating injuries. But it's useless to me now. I'll just leave it here." Just like that, Lin Jiufeng placed such a treasure in the courtyard, too lazy to put it away. In any case, ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover this cold palace, let alone enter. After having stayed in his room for a few days, Lin Jiufeng now finally walked out of the cold palace and entered the streets of the imperial capital. He looked at the people coming and going, at the ups and downs of the world, at the myriad changes in the world, and his mentality was different from before. For him, it was equivalent to dying once and coming back to life. He treasured such a life. After eating, drinking, and listening to some music, Lin Jiufeng returned to the cold palace leisurely. The second decay of the 5 decay of the celestial being had no effect on Lin Jiufeng at all. The effect of the decay was extremely huge on him, but it was so easy for him to handle. Countless people would be envious if they knew about this. But before Lin Jiufeng could be carefree for even a day, before the second decay ended, the third decay arrived. His spiritual perception was wiped out. His spiritual consciousness would be locked in his body under the third decay. All his comprehension of the outside world would be cut off. Lin Jiufeng had lost the ability to sense the world with his primordial spirit and everything else. Moreover, due to the strengthening of the 5 decay of the celestial being, his 5 senses also disappeared. He was now blind, couldn't taste anything, couldn't smell anything, was deaf in the ears, and his divine soul couldn't spread out. He was locked in a small dark house. If it were anyone else, they might be surprised and alarmed by this calamity, but Lin Jiufeng was indifferent. He had lived in the cold palace for decades and was very familiar with the bricks and tiles here. He only relied on his memory to walk in the cold palace without any difficulty. In fact, he was even in the mood to sigh with emotion and said, "Fortunately, I've gone out not long ago and experienced the ups and downs of the world. All of this is nothing to me. Although you trapped my primordial spirit and sealed my 5 senses, to me, you're just letting me calm down my heart and comprehend the great Tao quietly." Lin Jiufeng really went to comprehend the great Tao. He studied carefully the great Tao he had learned and accumulated his strength bit by bit. Like this, another few days passed. Perhaps it was because the 5 decay of the celestial being noticed that Lin Jiufeng wasn't affected at all. His mentality was very stable, and he wasn't anxious or worried. This should be the first time that the 5 decay of the celestial being had encountered such a situation. Therefore, before the second and third decay had passed, the 4th decay already arrived. The stink of the primordial spirit. After experiencing the baptism of the mortal world and the strike of the lightning tribulation, the primordial spirit was already tempered. Under this great calamity, the primordial spirit would be locked in the spirit platform and suddenly stink. It would no longer have any other use. On this night, lightning flashed and heavy rain fell in the imperial capital. The heavy rain crashed onto the ground of the imperial capital, causing water to splash everywhere. The thunder was endless. Half of the sky was filled with lightning. Sometimes, it would hide in the dark clouds, sometimes it would appear and strike the void. It scared many common people to hide at home, waiting for the heavy rain to disappear. It was just that they didn't observe it. If they looked carefully, they would discover that the lightning tribulation this time had all struck in one place. The cold palace. It was just that the cold palace was shrouded by the light of the homes, outsiders couldn't see it, so not many people discovered that someone was transcending the tribulation. Only the top powerhouses in the Forbidden City discovered it. Monk Fusan was worried about Emperor De's safety. He appeared in the imperial study and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Emperor De quietly reviewing a memorial regarding the reforms. "There's no need to be nervous, Banti," Emperor De said gently when he saw Monk Fusan. "Who is transcending the tribulation in the imperial capital?" Monk Fusan asked curiously. Outsiders couldn't see it,
but he was a false immortal. How could he not see it? The arrival of the heavy rain this time was too abnormal. The lightning tribulation struck down one after another, unlike the usual lightning. Monk Fusan immediately knew that someone was transcending the tribulation. But the false immortal was transcending the tribulation in the imperial capital. This wasn't allowed by Emperor De. There were too many common people in the imperial capital now. Just a slight mistake and a large area of damage would be caused. Hence, Emperor De had already issued the order that the false immortals had to leave the imperial capital to transcend the tribulation and return after it ended. Who could disobey Emperor De's orders and transcend the tribulation in the imperial city at a moment where the prestige of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was at its highest? And Emperor De was also not angry? Monk Fusan looked at Emperor De suspiciously. Banti, there's no need to worry. He's one of us, Emperor De smiled gently and said. In the entire imperial capital, only Emperor De knew that Lin Jiufeng had returned and lived in the cold palace. Now that such a change had happened in the imperial capital, the only explanation was that Lin Jiufeng was transcending the tribulation. Hence, Emperor De didn't intervene and quietly handled his own matters. Monk Fusan understood. This might be Emperor De's trump card. Since Emperor De wasn't harmed, he didn't have to worry. He directly left and returned to his temple hall to calmly comprehend the great Tao. Tonight, not only Monk Fusan, but the other powerhouses also discovered this change. But there was no news from the Forbidden City, so they just watched quietly. Princess Yulin and Bai Tiandi stood together and looked at the place where lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. That's Mr. Lin's cold palace? Bai Tiandi asked in surprise. Yes, it seems that my big granduncle has returned, but why didn't I know about this? Princess Yulin nodded. Since Mr. Lin doesn't want you to know, then he doesn't want anyone to disturb him. Let's just watch quietly. Emperor De didn't give any orders, which means that he has already guessed it, Bai Tiandi said. It's not that he has guessed it. He definitely knows something, but he just didn't tell me. He just wants me to cultivate in peace and not let me care about anything else. Princess Yulin immediately saw through Emperor De's thinking. They were a pair of siblings born from the same mother's womb. Princess Yulin was really familiar with Emperor De and understood him very well. In that case, let's just focus on our cultivation. Although we can't become Mr. Lin's support, it's still worth it to become the Xuanhuang God Dynasty's support. Bai Tiandi held Princess Yulin's hand and said softly. Yes. Princess Yulin nodded. She thought so too. That night, many powerhouses didn't sleep. Instead, they watched quietly in the distance. The lightning tribulation fell for most of the night. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that it slowly stopped. Only the rainwater continued to smash onto the ground, creating one splash after another. The cold palace. Lin Jiufeng stretched his body. After being struck for most of the night, he felt refreshed and unaffected. It had to be said that after experiencing the cycle of life, illness, and death, then being nourished by the spring of life, all these had made him become extremely powerful. During the fourth decay of the 5 decay of the celestial being, the lightning tribulation came crashing down and struck him for most of the night, but nothing happened. It was as if bathing in the lightning tribulation was a piece of cake for him. The current Lin Jiufeng was just this powerful. Even though his primordial spirit had already started to emit a foul smell, being locked in his spiritual consciousness, it didn't affect Lin Jiufeng's appearance at all. The fourth decay of the 5 decay of the celestial being is past. Next is the 5th decay. Come, no need to wait, I still want to see what other tricks you have? Lin Jiufeng sneered and muttered in his heart. He still couldn't speak now. But this was just a small matter, it didn't matter. He was waiting for the 5th decay. The 5th decay was the Tao fruit. This was the most dangerous decay. It would crush the Tao fruit and make those transcending the tribulation wish they were dead. Lin Jiufeng's Tao fruit had always been very stable. If it could be shattered, he could even rebuild his Tao fruit. Bai Tiandi's cultivation technique of sea immortality in the cycle of reincarnation was simply too useful. Hence, Lin Jiufeng was now sitting steadily on the fence, waiting for the arrival of the 5th decay. Boom! Sure enough, under Lin Jiufeng's expectations, the fifth decay of the five decay of the celestial being arrived. Directly, a huge vibration appeared in Lin Jiufeng's body. The Tao fruit that he had comprehended and condensed completely shattered at this moment. Without any warning, it directly shattered with a cracking sound. Lin Jiufeng felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was as if a blade had cut him into two and then churned his body. But he couldn't shout out loud. He could only bow his body and fall to the ground, drenched in sweat. His Tao fruit had broken. This time, his vast amount of true qi couldn't be used too. Lin Jiufeng had truly become an ordinary human. Targeting me like this and sending down several decays in succession. Are you trying to make me submit to the five decay of the celestial being? While enduring the pain, Lin Jiufeng sneered. Not only will I not submit, but you are doing this because you are afraid of me. Give me some time and the five decay of the celestial being will no longer exist. Lin Jiufeng's heart was very firm. Now that the five decay of the celestial being had used all its techniques, this was already the most it could do to Lin Jiufeng. The five decay of the celestial being no longer had any other techniques. But for Lin Jiufeng, his counterattack had just begun. The following period of time is the time for my cultivation base to skyrocket. Lin Jiufeng got up firmly and laid on the chair to calm the wound on his Tao fruit. This was indeed the most serious injury Lin Jiufeng had suffered in his life. But this was also the greatest opportunity in his life. At the same time, on the vast sea, there was a misty place. No ships could come out again once they went in. This place was the eye of the North Sea. There was a legend on the sea. Entering the eye of the North Sea was equivalent to death, so not many people dared to approach it. But there were always some people who didn't believe in the supernatural. This was the case for the powerhouses of the Wen Nation. They had suffered a huge loss at the borders of the Unrivalled God Dynasty and lost more than 10 powerhouses. To a small island nation like the Wen Nation, this was enough to hurt them. Their strength was instantly reduced by 20%. After all, these awakened powerhouses could enter the false immortal realm when the spiritual energy recovered to a certain extent. But now, they were killed while they were at the king realm. This was too much of a loss. The Wen Nation hated the Unrivalled God Dynasty to death. They had been paying close attention to the changes in the Unrivalled God Dynasty during this period of time. They had discovered how invincible Great Emperor Jiufeng was. The Wen Nation didn't dare to approach the Unrivalled God Dynasty at all. They didn't even dare to approach the main continent. They could only choose to go deep into the sea and seek and obtain a certain power before going to destroy the Unrivalled God Dynasty. It's said that deep in the sea, there's a terrifying monster beast called Orochi. It can even devour true immortals. But unfortunately, Orochi is sealed. As long as we find it and help it undo the seal, everything else won't be a problem. By that time, the Unrivalled God Dynasty and the Great Emperor Jiufeng will all be small fries. This world will belong to the Wen Nation. The group of 6 false immortals entered the depths of the sea according to the map left behind by their ancestors. They found the eye of the North Sea. They looked at each other and encouraged each other before charging in. They wanted to find Orochi to deal with the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Chapter 280, Old Acquaintances. The eye of the North Sea existed deep in the sea. The middle-aged man was shrouded in fog and couldn't see inside clearly. In the previous era, a false immortal went inside and disappeared without any news. Later on, everyone judged that this false immortal had already died. Hence, this place was also called a dangerous place. This time, the 6 false immortals from the Wen Nation entered together and cheered each other on. For the sake of the recovery of our Wen Nation, we have to go in and obtain the power of Orochi in order to deal with that great Emperor Jiufeng of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. For this reason, even if we die, it's still worth it. As long as we can convince Orochi, we will be the heroes of Wen Nation. The leader of the false immortals who had passed 6 lightning tribulations was encouraging the others. They entered the eye of the North Sea. What greeted their eyes was thick fog. The sea surged and rolled endlessly. The seawater was so dark that it made their hearts feel cold. My spiritual consciousness can't sense anything at all, a false immortal said with a trembling voice. Me too.
My spiritual consciousness has been sealed. This place is very dangerous.
The few false immortals were very careful.
They didn't dare to be careless at all.
They gathered together and advanced slowly. Everything here was filled with danger for them. In the Black Sea, there were terrifying and huge creatures shuttling back and forth with a majestic aura. Just the fin alone was like a heavenly blade that could cut through everything in the world, scaring the few false immortals into not daring to move at all. Not only that, but there were also terrifying creatures like this in the other parts of the sea.
There were also terrifying existences in the thick fog.
If it weren't for the 6 false immortals working together and focusing on hiding, they would have encountered trouble long ago. But such a simple method also slowly brought them closer to the depths of the Eye of the North Sea. Here, they saw a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex was the Eye of the North Sea. At the edge of the Eye of the North Sea, there was a huge, 9-headed orochi. Its body was entangled with its tail. At the edge of the huge vortex, it tried its best to maintain itself without being dragged down.
That's the orochi recorded by the seniors.
The false immortals of the One Nation were very excited. One of them pointed and said excitedly, "Senior Orochi, we are here to save you."
A false immortal shouted excitedly, "You are a human?"
Orochi raised its head and let out a rumbling sound.
"Yes, you are the totem of our One Nation," the false immortal said excitedly. "I understand.
You guys are the descendants of that kid from thousands of years ago."
Orochi remembered that thousands of years ago, a human kid had accidentally entered the Eye of the North Sea and encountered it.
Just as the kid was about to be sucked into the vortex, he was saved by Orochi. Originally, Orochi wanted to eat him up, but the kid directly knelt down and prostrated himself before Orochi and worshipped it as a totem.
Orochi actually released him and even let him go out to think of a solution to save it.
Thousands of years had passed, and Orochi had long forgotten about this matter. Now, the appearance of these few false immortals made him recall this past.
"That's right, that's our ancestor.
According to the manual left behind by our ancestor, we came deep into the Eye of the North Sea because we wanted to save you. Now that the world has changed, it's a good opportunity for you to appear and fulfill your ambitions." The false immortals of the One Nation nodded excitedly. "The 6 of you false immortals, pull me out together. The suction force of this vortex is too strong, I can't break free."
Orochi was overjoyed and immediately instructed. The few false immortals obeyed.
They grabbed Orochi's tail and used all their strength to pull it out. Orochi was also secretly exerting its strength. It had been trapped here for thousands of years, but it had never been able to escape the suction of the vortex. It could only barely maintain itself to prevent itself from being sucked in.
Rumble. The dragged-out Orochi excitedly displayed its aura. Under its peerless aura, its 9 heads roared frantically. There were fan-like creases on its back and neck. After spreading out, its huge body appeared. Its 9 heads swayed on it.
This was Orochi's true form.
It was at the 9th stage of false immortal realm. Just 1 step away from becoming an immortal.
After being trapped for thousands of years, I've finally come into being.
Orochi roared excitedly. Its voice rumbled as it looked at the huge vortex with hatred and fear in its eyes. "You delayed me for thousands of years. Otherwise, I would have long become an immortal."
Orochi was filled with hate. In the past few thousand years, it could be said that it had no improvement at all. It had been fighting with this vortex all this time. Now that it had escaped, it had nowhere to vent out its anger. But because of its fear, it didn't dare to approach the huge vortex anymore.
"God Orochi, what exactly is this?" "That's right. This vortex is so huge, what exactly is underground?"
Also, the thick fog around here never dissipates. It's very strange. The false immortals were all quite tired.
They asked these questions while panting. Orochi transformed into a human form and looked at the vortex. He said with fear, "I don't know what this is."
Back then, after I transcended the 5 decay of the celestial being, I was preparing to find a place to properly prepare to break through to become a true immortal. That's why I came here and encountered this vortex. At that time, I wanted to go down and investigate, but as soon as I approached, I discovered that I was being devoured uncontrollably. At the core, I saw a coffin that was suppressing the eye of the North Sea. If I got swept into it, I would be killed. I hurriedly wanted to escape, but I couldn't break free. This has lasted for thousands of years until I was saved by you guys. Orochi was a powerhouse from the previous era. He didn't know what was beneath the eye of the North Sea, so he wanted to go down and take a look. He thought that after passing the 9 lightning tribulations, this sea vortex wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But as he was sucked in, he personally saw a terrifying coffin suppressing the eye of the North Sea. The terrifying aura made Orochi know that once he approached, he would definitely be torn to pieces. That was why he tried his best to escape. But after thousands of years, he managed to reach the border of the vortex but was unable to go any further. Therefore, he was trapped here. If the false immortals of the One Nation didn't come to save him, it would really be very difficult for him to come out. In the end, he would be tired out from resisting the pull of the vortex and be dragged down. You all are the descendants of that person and you saved me. Therefore, I shall be your ally. Tell me, how has the outside world changed? Who's ruling the world now? Orochi asked. The people ruling the world now are a faction of the human race called the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, a false immortal said. Who is the most powerful person? Orochi asked again. It's Great Emperor Jiufeng of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. He suppressed the myriad races and even destroyed the primordial god mountain. The false immortal of the One Nation explained the current situation of the world, especially the information of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and Great Emperor Jiufeng. The recovery of spiritual energy, the emergence of the myriad races, the world of great competition, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, Great Emperor Jiufeng. Orochi's expression gradually became excited. This is the opportunity that I've been waiting for. Breaking through the false immortal realm in one go and becoming a true immortal, this is my goal. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty's Great Emperor Jiufeng is a powerhouse who rose up in this era. His destiny energy is definitely powerful. Once I devour this person and absorb his destiny energy, the pace of my breakthrough to become a true immortal will definitely speed up. Orochi's heart rose with lofty ambitions, and his eyes lit up. Let's go and understand this world now. Let's see how terrifying this Great Emperor Jiufeng is. Orochi sneered. That's right. Great Emperor Jiufeng is just a false immortal who has transcended 8 lightning tribulations. He's definitely not a match for God Orochi. That's right. Once God Orochi devours him, nothing in this world will be able to stop you anymore. You will become the only king of this era. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty and the Great Emperor Jiufeng will both submit to you. The false immortals of the One Nation praised him excitedly. Hearing this, Orochi's mood also surged. He waved his hand and directly headed for the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. He believed in himself. Killing a son of destiny who had only undergone 8 lightning tribulations would just be a piece of cake for him. Xuanhuang God Dynasty, Imperial Capital. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng was living the life of an ordinary person. None of these tribulations could defeat him. He continued to live his quiet life, and he was constantly battling the influence of the 5 decay of the celestial being. This was a peaceful period. He had just wiped out the primordial god mountain not long ago and shocked the world. The world was quiet, and there was no longer a need for him to take action. It was good for Lin Jiufeng to use this period of time to break through the 5 decay of the celestial being. Lin Jiufeng would gain a lot every day. All of these gains accumulated enough foundation for Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry to repair his broken Dao fruit. His divine soul was sealed, but he wasn't in a hurry to break the seal. He spent most of his time looking at the clouds, the sky, the wind, and the moonlight every day. There was great wisdom in between heaven and earth. Among the living beings, there were great principles hidden within. Lin Jiufeng ignored everything else and focused on comprehending the great Tao. But at this moment, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty encountered a problem. Emperor De received the message that a terrifying monster beast was heading for the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. In the Forbidden City, Emperor De gave the order solemnly. Let the various powerhouses deal with this monster beast.
Emperor De knew that Lin Jiufeng was in seclusion and couldn't be disturbed.
Hence, he arranged for 12 false immortals to deal with this ferocious monster beast together.
Orochi.
That's right. Orochi, who had just escaped from the Eye of the North Sea, rushed straight for the Unrivalled God Dynasty. He wanted to devour great Emperor Jiufeng and absorb that huge amount of destiny energy to make himself stronger and close the gap between a false immortal and a true immortal.
This gap was akin to the gap between the thumb and index finger.
It didn't seem big, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was a universe between the fingertips. And when he came to land from the vast sea, Orochi instantly transformed into his true form. His huge body and terrifying aura erupted, shaking the world.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
His 9 heads let out a deafening sound. After being sealed for thousands of years and losing these thousands of years, Orochi was very aggrieved. He was originally the king of the monster race of the previous era, and he was only one step away from becoming a true immortal. After thousands of years, he escaped the weakening of the spiritual energy in the world, but he was trapped in a place and couldn't cultivate, struggling to hold on.
How aggrieved was that?
When Orochi appeared, he roared crazily, venting his depression and showing off his strength. He wanted to tell the world that the once invincible king of the monster race had returned.
Rumble. As a false immortal who had transcended 9 lightning tribulations, he had a terrifying aura.
In the current world, other than the few 8th-stage false immortals from the primordial god mountain and Lin Jiufeng who had undergone 8 lightning tribulations, there was no other 8th-stage false immortal that was known to the world.
Not to mention a 9th-stage false immortal. Orochi's aura erupted, shocking the various large factions.
In the Kunlun Mountains, the escaped winged dragon immediately raised her head in shock and cried out, "This is a false immortal who has transcended 9 lightning tribulations.
He has already transcended the 5 decay of the celestial being. He's infinitely close to becoming a true immortal. Which one of the myriad races is he from?" Big Sister Divine Silkworm looked into the distant sky and said solemnly, "He's not from the myriad races.
There are no traces of the myriad races on his body.
This is a monster beast that was born after the myriad races. He has 9 heads and a neck that's like a cobra.
His body is huge, and he looks much larger than a true dragon."
"What kind of monster beast is this?" Huang Xian'er asked in surprise.
"He's heading towards the Unrivalled God Dynasty," a false immortal said in surprise.
"Did the Unrivalled God Dynasty offend him?" Winged Dragon asked in shock. "I don't know, but is Great Emperor Jiufeng strong enough to resist him?" Huang Xian'er asked, puzzled.
"I think it's possible. Great Emperor Jiufeng is very powerful," Big Sister Divine Silkworm said without hesitation. "But the gap between someone who had passed the 5 decay of the celestial being and an 8th-stage false immortal isn't ordinary," Winged Dragon said hesitantly. Great Emperor Jiufeng had also gone back to transcend the 5 decay of the celestial being, Big Sister Divine Silkworm said.
"No, this 9th tribulation isn't something that can be transcended so fast. Let's continue watching. We can't let anything happen to Great Emperor Jiufeng.
He still has to help us find the whereabouts of the Kunlun immortal," Winged Dragon said worriedly. She had high hopes for Lin Jiufeng.
The others watched silently.
In the myriad races, all the major races were observing. No one recognized Orochi, but this didn't stop them from acknowledging his might. This was a very terrifying monster beast. The key was that he wanted to find trouble with the Unrivalled God Dynasty, not the myriad races. The myriad races were naturally happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of the resulting battle. They watched silently, wishing that Great Emperor Jiufeng and this terrifying monster beast would both suffer and let the myriad races take advantage of the situation. In the Unrivalled God Dynasty, the 7 great sages of the monster race who had just received Emperor Disorder were all dumbfounded when they saw Orochi.
"It's Great Sage Orochi. Didn't he disappear for thousands of years?" Demon King Jiao cried out. "That's right. Orochi is the absolute king of the monster race of the previous era.
When he was still around, the monster race could even suppress the human race. But he has disappeared for too long. I didn't expect him to appear here," Demon King Pingtian said solemnly.
"Emperor De asked us to deal with him.
How are we supposed to do that?
Demon King Dupeng asked worriedly.
Back then, we were already no match for him. Although we have entered the false immortal realm and have transcended a few lightning tribulations, compared to our peak in the last era, we are still lacking. The great sage of the dreaming, Yun Shanhai, gritted his teeth and said. There's no need to be afraid.
The Yuhua God Dynasty has great Emperor Jiufeng to depend on.
We have to believe in him, Demon King Dupeng, who was great sage of the chaotic heavens, said firmly. He had really become a believer of great Emperor Jiufeng now, especially after Lin Jiufeng neatly destroyed the primordial god mountain.
Demon King Dupeng was impressed by Lin Jiufeng.
He firmly believed in Lin Jiufeng now. Then, let's all go and see this Orochi together. I wonder if he still remembers us. There's no need to go into detail about his might. Let Emperor Day withdraw the others. Don't make useless sacrifices. If great Emperor Jiufeng doesn't make a move, no one will be his match, the great sage of the moving mountain, Demon King Gue, said. Everyone nodded and walked towards Orochi.